Conan, what is best in life?
To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentation of their women.
That is good.
Not the song I was going to use for today's show. Sorry. I'm one day late. Yes. Oh boy. Have I got a story for you? We'll talk about single mothers if you like. I'm good with that. I am live from Reno, Nevada right now, and I'll explain to you why in just a moment. I was up in Tahoe, but now I'm down here for the duration. I'll be right back. I'll be doing Tahoe again pretty soon. You guys ready for wife school? See, there was a timely topic. Very timely topic. Since my daughter just got married on Thursday. Thank you. Thank you very much. I didn't do much. I just raised her from infant to adult. Paid for a lot of stuff. Oh boy. Okay, here you go.
All the women out there, the boyfriend that you have needs to at least be trying to be the best version of himself for you. If you're a high-value woman and you're beautiful and you're kind and you're loving and you're caring and you're all of the things that a man wants, you deserve the world.
She's not a Christian!
You self-improve to get girls. You self-improve so you don't tolerate the bullshit that comes with the girls. I'm gonna say that again. You don't self-improve to get girls, guys. You self-improve so that you don't sit there and tolerate the bullshit that inevitably comes with the girls, guys. You guys see the ridiculousness every single night, right? Why do you want to have to tolerate that?
70 to 80% of divorces are initiated by women. Do you know why? Because she is the thermostat in the relationship. I ask Shanna regularly, 1 to 10, where are we in our relationship? And she's usually really close, and she's usually a lot lower than me. Listen to your wife. If there's a theme that's coming up over and over again, do not ignore it. Do not sweep it. Because you may get to the place in 20 or 30 years where she walks away because for decades you've been ignoring her.
We say to give a woman vote is like to let a monkey fly a plane.
Can't cheat doesn't make you loyal.
Right.
So let's cut the bullshit.
Isn't it? There's a bunch of women out there who legitimately think their man is loyal. No, their man lives in Des Moines and has no options.
Right. Right.
That's essentially what's happening. Put your man on Charing Cross next to the Playboy Mansion, and then let's see how loyal he is.
Well, hey, look, but the thing that matters is you could probably put that man in Des Moines over there. He wouldn't do shit because if me and you turn up, it's over anyway. And if you put me in Des Moines, I'm gonna get plenty.
Yeah,
I'm gonna run the block down. Me, I don't give a shit. And that's the thing is like there's all these guys out there that'll run around acting like they're super loyal and that they'll play. Oh, I'm a man of God, especially in the South.
Man.
Bruh, Jesus game is real. Jesus game is real.
Did not think we'd go to this place, but yes, you are correct. I have absolutely seen this where a guy is like, I am a good man, worthy of a good woman. And the difference is I'm telling the truth and he's lying.
Like through his teeth, G. Through his teeth.
I have a girlfriend, and I still, from time to time, hook up with other girls.
Following clips have been taken from Jubilee's Middle Ground video on alpha males and beta males. While I think those terms are so cringe and fucking stupid, I genuinely thought that this video was a well-rounded, honest conversation between a group of men. So I just want to comment on a couple of things.
It's something I want to do. To not do it feels unnatural.
Anything you engage in life over a long period of time over and over again is going to start to feel natural to do. But to do something different or perhaps do the complete opposite of said action, that will feel uncomfortable because you're going against what you normally do.
You might just want this one woman for a relationship. I can understand that. Sexually, though, I think it's all BS.
To you.
I think a man can absolutely be head over heels in love with a woman and still sleep with other women and it not mean anything to him.
If it means nothing to you to do it, why are you doing it? Create a fulfilling life. You should have purpose and meaning by every single action that you do. And just because it doesn't mean anything to you doesn't mean it doesn't mean something to someone else.
And I think all men have the proclivity to want to sleep with other women.
Do they though, or is this a story story you tell yourself to rationalize and justify what you're doing.
A man should create choice in his life.
Sure, and these are the choices for you. Being single, being in a relationship. Parameters of said relationship is entirely up to you and who you engage with, but really those are your choices.
It's the lying is actually the overall problem. When guys tend to go outside of a relationship, they lie to the woman.
I agree with that. If everyone's upfront about their intentions and everybody involved knows what's going on, knows the parameters, everyone consents to what's happening, then go for it.
The problem is you have guys who are monogamous, but they're monogamous because they're forced to be monogamous.
No one's
Wait, I thought there was only two choices, brah.
Forcing them to be. It's unheard of to hear of a man being forced into a monogamous relationship. Can't really say the same about women, though.
They have no choice.
They do have a choice. Stop trying to create a cop-out and act like they're powerless. Also want to clarify, I'm talking about men who have the capacity to be able to attract a woman to get into a relationship, and not men who are struggling with the ability to be able to attract a woman to get into a relationship.
Because they don't have
Seems to me there's only one person doing the struggling here.
the skill to attract multiple women.
Or perhaps they don't see the value in it like you do. They have the skills to attract the women that they like, and they choose one, and then they're satisfied.
And a lot of times,
or not.
So use that as virtue signaling. I would never do such a thing. Well, actually, bro, you can't.
Again, this is just another example of a potential cop-out. I can certainly agree with the sentiment that plenty of people who engage in virtue signaling often have poor character traits and usually are disingenuous. I'm sure all the women in relationships are thrilled to listen to this. Oh, the man I'm with is forced to be with me. It's not like he has a choice.
I'm better at sex with women I care about. With my girlfriend or like my wife, sex would be great. With the other girls, it can still be good, but I know that I don't really put in that much effort because it's almost like I'm masturbating with someone.
Again, I'm not saying that these guys can't engage in this behavior. The way they describe it, it doesn't sound like they even enjoy doing it. Why don't you
Kind of sounds like you are, brah.
just stick with having sex with your wife and your girlfriend if you enjoy that? Because evidently it has very little to do with sex.
My friends would always try to encourage me to like hook up with girls that were on to me, but I wasn't really like into it. It made me feel like weird, like there was something wrong. And now
God, I feel for Justin. I have to stop this. I feel for Justin in this situation. It's like it's like being a stranger in a strange land, isn't it, Jay?
I'm at a point in my life where I feel like I'm only having sex with multiple women, so I'm not weird. So I'm quote unquote normal.
And this is what I take issue with a lot of this content, is promoting an idea to men that this is how you need to be, and wanting to be in a monogamous relationship with a woman, that it's been forced upon you by our society and culture, and you don't really have a choice, and it goes against your innate nature, and you're less of a man if you don't have lots of girls. And here's an example of a guy who went and pursued it because of the influence of other men who told him that that's what he had to do.
It doesn't give me any gratification. I know in the back of my mind that like I just like simply don't enjoy this.
Everything he is describing is exactly how I felt when I used to do it.
And being with one woman is just so peaceful. Telling young men that they're born this way and that they should feel this way, it can really not do damage, but just sort of make you second guess things about yourself. Am I normal? Am I weird? Is there something off about me? Everyone else around me is saying that I have to feel this way or I have to do these things, but yet I don't feel the courage to do those things.
Remember what old mate said before?
And I think all men have the proclivity to want to sleep with other women.
And yet sitting across from him is a man admitting that he has the proclivities to not want to engage in this behavior. However you wish to engage in relationships with women, it should have no bearing on your manliness. Just
multiple soulmates.
Okay.
I do genuinely believe that we have multiple soulmates in our lifetime. However, some people don't actually find all their soulmates. They end up with one person, and no matter what, they make it work. And I rate that in some ways.
Right.
You know, they stay together for the kids, but I believe everything has a sell-by date. So I'll give you my best. I'll be in it for 3 years. I might be in it for 5. I'm gonna give you my best. Like,
Right.
I'm
Wow.
gonna try.
So you don't believe in forever love?
No, I don't believe in forever love because I've been burned and I've also been on the other side of that. And I just know that the grass is always greener. And the truth is, if you can just water the grass where you are, it will last longer. And I have to tell myself that every day. I just feel that if you can try and do forever, that's the best way, because you'll try and get to 10 years. But when it starts to turn off, when the passion goes, try and reignite it. Try and reignite it 3-4 times. But when you've tried for 3 years and all you do is argue in front of the kids, that's not worth it. Get out.
Wow.
So there is a moment when it's like, you know, the word soulmate just becomes like not right for you anymore.
What is your major malfunction?
Then you meet your soulmate.
Uh-huh.
He's a 10 out of 10.
Okay.
What can he do to ruin that?
So pretty much nothing except trip and fall in front of me.
If he trips and falls in front of you, it's over. Oh my
my gosh. The amount of pressure. I was one time in New York was with this guy that I was madly in love with, and he did look down at his phone. He wasn't paying attention. He wasn't on point, and he like tripped and fell. And you know when someone tries to not fall and they kind of like
fall forever?
Forever, dude. It went on forever. And I just instantly fell out of love with him. It was just the way he, and then you know what? And then he like looked back, like to blame the sidewalk. Like, and then we had to spend all this time looking for the thing he tripped on. And it was just like, dude, it's just get your shit together.
First date, baby. Divorced at 21. Second marriage. Married at 25. Divorced at 28. Third engagement. Engaged at 29. Ended it at 30. Marriage is not a sanctimonious thing. It is paperwork. It's something, it's a commitment you make to someone. But if you feel like you're not getting anything from that commitment and you're trying, you gotta go. You gotta go.
I feel really bad for her actually, because if her view of love is take, leave. She doesn't have love in her life. Love is about give. Love is about suffer with. Love is about pouring out yourself. Love is about sacrifice. Love is about trust and vulnerability. Love is about staying. Love is a choice. It's not an emotion. That's what makes marriage so amazing and special and beautiful. And yeah, hard, but beautiful. Don't take marriage advice from people who can't stay married.
His income to be. I feel like this is gonna sound bad. I feel like 300,000.
I would have to say 127. Probably 150 to $250,000 a year.
$500,000. Is that bad?
150, maybe to 250,000 a year would be comfortable for sure.
I was just having this conversation with my friend, and she was like, you have to manifest a husband, girl. Ideally, my husband needs to be making like 650,000.
So you said you want 500K, but what do you
Tell
think the
these
median
bitches to go to hell.
60K? 70K? It is $45,000.
Oh my God, really?
Yeah.
I think it's 250,000.
It's 52,000.
What? No, it's not. Damn, America.
Thank you very much. Can I be in charge for once?
Thank you very much. Can I be in charge? Yeah, back in. Yes, I decided I was going to bite the bullet, and actually I had to make a trip down to Reno anyway. So I figured, hey, what the hell? I'll go do a makeup class. I apologize for not getting on it yesterday. I was not aware that there were internet and power issues in the place that I was staying in. Well, I'm still staying, by the way, in Lake Tahoe. Very nice place. I won't tell you exactly where, but it's in the Tahoe Keys. And I was under the impression that the internet was going, well, you know, the power would not be a problem in such a high rent district of luxurious, beautiful Lake Tahoe. However, unfortunately, it was a perfect storm of shit yesterday. So I apologize for not getting on it on my regular time. I was hoping to do it from the balcony from my nice little overlooking the lagoon. And my jet skis are in the water right now, and just decided I was going to come down here and do it anyways because I had some business I had to take care of. But fortunately, it's only about an hour 20, so I figured, what the hell, I'll just go do the show here. So here we are once again, and it is a very timely show. As you can see from my beautiful banner that I went to a lot of trouble to prep for this show. Rolled around 1 o'clock and the power's still not on. I'm like, oh, God damn it. But yeah, I spent quite a bit of time working on stuff. So anyways, I am in lovely Lake Tahoe for the rest of this month, more or less. I'm going to see if I can do some live stream stuff with Mike Sartain if he's willing to do so. Speaking of which, before we get started, I have to also make a big announcement, and I usually save these things for like later on in the show, but I got to do it here from the get-go. Because we just have confirmed we have John Zerka, we have Troy Francis, and we have Adam Sosnick, all on the same Access Vegas show on Thursday. We worked it out. So we got Troy Francis. We've got Adam Sosnick, not Adam Lyons. Adam, I made that mistake too. Adam Sosnick is coming in, and we have John Zerka, and we're going to have anywhere between 6 to 7, maybe 8 beautiful women from our Access Vegas girls. And I have to say right up front that having John Zerka on the show adds an element of chaos that we have to pre-plan for. And anybody making the claim that we are in any way trying to ambush poor 6'5" John Zerka, professional wrestler, such a surprise, swallows a goal. You are gravely mistaken. But it is always, it's fun when John is around. And so we decided they happen to be in Vegas for some occasion. And like I said, it's the perfect trifecta, I guess. So we've got Zerka, we've got Troy Francis from Rule Zero, as you guys probably already know. And we have Adam Sosnick from Valuetainment is going to be on as well. So we will be doing that on Thursday. That will be at 8 p.m. Pacific. That'll be 11 p.m. Eastern time. And who knows what we're going to talk about. I'm still, if you guys have ideas for questions or for topics, I am all ears at this point, because it's like a buffet of like personalities for this one, I will say. So we've got that going on. Yes, that's what I was going to say. And yeah, get the saltiest, and trust me, we're way ahead of you, brother. We will have CJ Sparks. She's already confirmed. So we have to, we think we got to get Zerka on. Who do we want to have on that's going to be able to go toe to toe with Zerka? Like, who's going to be a good conversation back and forth? Because we could put women on there that are very kind of like, subdued and everything else. And it doesn't make for a good show. They kind of just sit there and kind of, twiddle their thumbs and play with their phones. But if we got CJ Sparks on there, she's already on the list. We've got a few other girls on the short list right now too. One of them will most likely be Tiffany Fox from the last show. She's coming in. I know that she'll be there. Having Lana on the show might be fun. If you saw Lana last time we were on, Lana's a regular at Sticky Paws, and she's got her own show. She wants me to be on it. I may do her show either Wednesday or Friday. I've kind of stretched out my stay a little bit so that I will be there on Friday. So we've got some other things that are going on. And so, yeah, that's going to be it'll be highly entertaining for the next, say, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday for sure. So something you're not going to want to miss. And that's the big announcement. I will also be in Vegas next Thursday as well. So we're going to do back-to-back weeks on Access Vegas. So because I believe Mike has I think it's either Swimsuit USA or it's he's got a swimsuit thing, or he's got a Babes in Toyland that's coming up towards the end of August, and so therefore we have to kind of schedule around Mike's schedule. So that's how we're working it. Also, the other big announcement is we have access now, like exclusive access to Jabrizi Studio, which is the one you have seen me do some quick hit videos for. It's the one where Mike and Zerka went and did their flat earth debate. And it's the one where we had our talk, and we've been using it quite a bit now. Now we have we've locked it in. We have exclusive access to it. So that will be, you'll probably be seeing a lot more of myself, Mike, probably Glenn Lawrence, and a few other people, and Miguel from Dollar Cost Crypto will be doing shows from there as well. So we have this access, a wonderful place too, right really close to the strip, and it overlooks when it's dark and you can see like the skyline and everything, it overlooks the strip. It's absolutely fantastic location. So I'm happy to say we have that confirmed, and that's we have it now. So that's what we got going on. Now, here's the bigger news at Red One Studios. Yes, thank you, Glenn Lawrence. That'll be the Southern Command Center. Red One Studios. This is the Northern Command Center here in Reno, and the Southern Command Center is in Las Vegas. So yeah, most definitely. Rage Quit Kiko. If I could get her, I would. I'll tell you what's funny is like I'm a little hesitant to sort of farm out girls that we have on Access Vegas. I think one of the strengths of Access Vegas is that we have access to like the most beautiful women on planet Earth, and you guys can fight me on that all you want. but compared to other podcasts, I would definitely say our girls can more than match the let's say the physical attributes of anybody else's. And so as a result of that, we get a lot of requests to poach our girls, and the answer is no. How about no? How about no? You don't. Wrong. Yeah. How about wrong? So we will be most definitely getting the most feistiest girls that we can find for the Zerka, Sosnick, Troy Francis, multi-talent Manosphere extravaganza. I don't even know what to really call it. Oh, man. Okay, so here's the deal. You don't want to see Flat Earth. Flat Earth is boring. This is boring. You really want to see that again? I don't think so. Do I have anything else going on here? Hey, just clear these out of here. Amar, thank you for that. Let's see. There are two choices, Red Pill. I saw that guy in the clips. I got another one of his that I'm going to show later on. Thanks, Glenn Lawrence, for your $10 contribution, which will just end up coming back to you anyways. But yeah, there's a lot. I'm going to clarify terms. I'm going to see if I can sort of till the fields here and fertilize the ground for today's show. Today's show is going to be about how red pill women's marriage advice is garbage. And by red pill women, I would also throw into that category let's say the cuttlefish, the sneaky fuckers who would, for all intents and purposes, are red pill women as it is. The game, you get good. You start sleeping with all these women that have boyfriends and stop trusting women. Covered this before. How to avoid this when learning game. Thanks in advance. Always respect your work. We'll come back to that. I'll keep you in the bullpen there. Hang on one sec. Let me put that back. There you go. I mean, it's that's the obvious one, right? Pearl's the obvious one, but there's a lot. Like I used Lila Rose at the end there too. There's a growing. If you haven't noticed this already, I'm sure most of you probably have. There's a growing, groundswell. There's a growing movement of anti-red pill reactors right now. And if you haven't seen my interview with Flacco on No Jumper, I was responding to his questions. Everything that's on that video, if you haven't seen it, go check it out. It's finally out now. 5 weeks later. You can go have a look at that. When I was responding to Brittany Venti on last week's show, I have a sneaking suspicion that it was probably because I think I might have mentioned her in passing in that interview. I also mentioned Lawrence Southern. I also mentioned Destiny. I also mentioned MTR, and I stand by pretty much everything that I've said. As a matter of fact, I thought was interesting is that the people who I said were reactors in that interview decided to do reaction videos of exactly. There's no way you win that one because it's like if your bread and butter is doing reaction videos, and I call you out for being a reactor, and your only response is to do another reaction video. I don't know what else to tell you, man. From Mexico. Buenos tardes, Israel Barragan. Is that? Señor Tomasi. Yes. ¿Cómo está usted? Yes. Oh, yeah, I know nothing about Spanish. Let's see. Zerka and Waller in the same. I would love to do that. We have talked about that as well. We might be able to do that. And yeah, that's another thing is there's a lot of people. I've got some other video for you later on of Tristan Tate, who I thought it was interesting. Because the reason I use that clip of Tristan and then I put it back to back, I plan these out, by the way. But the reason I put that one back to back with Justin Waller is you've got Justin Waller talking about, how like guys are only as loyal as their options, right? Guys' natural proclivity is to want to bang a lot of women, right? And I thought it was also kind of ironic because it was that same Aussie guy who was, and I have no idea who this guy is, but again, part of this groundswell of anti-red pill reaction clips, these 45-second, too long didn't read clips. And again, all it does is make really quick hit points that have nothing to do with the actual like when I look at the video, when I by the way, I saw the Jubilee thing. I've seen a lot of the stuff that people make clips out of. I go and I watch this shit. And it's interesting to me to see how people try to market themselves in sort of like, I'm going to punch you in the face kind of context. So for instance, like when I'm looking at that guy, what the heck is his name? Markin Murphy or something like that. Mackin Murphy. When I see his stuff, all it is just YouTube shorts of like longer interviews. But it's like, oh, women don't actually hit the wall. Flash, Rollo Tomasi's face. Like from like an ancient ass video when I was on like You Are Here with like Sydney Watson and Elijah Schaefer. Bam. Those crazy red pill guys. Ooh, picture of Myron. You know, at the very least, say my fucking name. You know, at least like throw me a bone here, man.
Say my name.
Like have the balls to fucking to come out. Okay, this is good. Would you like me to opine to this, Mr. Smith? I would be happy to opine to this. Lauren Southern was in Venti's comments under the video dissing you. She's very well aware of your work and what goes on in the sphere. I won't be surprised if yeah, trust me, Lauren Southern is very aware of me, right? I'm gonna throw out a date. So if Lauren Southern is watching this, she'll know that I know that she knows that I know, because right now when people say, "Well, Rollo, how come you don't show us the medical records of her what was it her her ultrasound, her fetal monitoring ultrasound from about this time last month. What time is it? Tomorrow will be the anniversary. As a matter of fact, it was August 8th, 2022, when she decided to go and get a fetal monitoring, not MRI, ultrasound. And I'm gonna throw one more date out there, Lauren. March 24th, 2023. See if you can guess what that is. I know that I know, and you know that I know. So, like, yeah, I think what's interesting is the silence is fucking deafening. People come at me and say, "Well, you need to show this, bro. Show the proof." Blah 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 blah. I can't, because if I do that, I will definitely get a suspension for doing that. Whether it's Twitter or it's Instagram or it's in any social media platform, if I'm revealing actual medical records, that is the definition of doxing. So, and I'm not going to do that. So, again, like I said, I'm happy to show you that documentation in person, in print, in person, no problem. But once again, and I made mention of this on Flacco's show on No Jumper as well. But March 24th, 2023, you know that I know. So you might want to start addressing that, Lauren, pretty soon. And Brittany Venti, I have more dirt on you than just the Mason stuff too. So, but I'm choosing the better part of valor here. So I'm just kind of backing up off of this, see where it goes. But I think it's fascinating that people want to hit me for that shit, but then nobody has questions. You don't have any questions for Lauren? Where's the questions? No one wants to talk about that. Yeah, she doesn't want to open her mouth for various reasons. Much respect, Rollo. I'm interested in the dog tags. You guys like that? I had so much response to that. I'm going to do dog tags. I'll do Rollo's Roughnecks. Let's see. I'm asking one for our sister companies if they could facilitate it. They manufacture custom. Yeah, please. Rizzo, hit me up and let me know how to do. It's not even like I could probably find some place to actually do the dog tags. It's like fulfillment. Finding like I don't know that like Teespring or any of these other places actually do like, you know, this style of like necklace and dog tags. But if I could find somebody who could also do fulfillment, I would be happy to do that. So no, we do not. Thank you. So my daughter got married on Thursday. And I had a lot of people asking me questions about that. And I decided that I was going to do today's show on marriage advice. I don't give advice. I just throw out statistics and analysis and everything else. But as an influencer, people can't help but take it as advice. So I'm going to dig into that a little bit today. Are pods giving women the game? Giving women the podcasts? Giving women the game. RP Gal Chameleons. No, I think what it is it's a convenient grift for sure. And like I said, most of the women here, there's like a cycle, I think. when women come into this space. The only I'll pat myself on the back. The only woman that I can think of right now who hasn't followed this template, and maybe I'm just give her a little bit more time and she will, is Torsha. Most women, when they come into this space, they're really gung-ho about it. How can you don't have a book called The Rational Female? Because there's a book called The Rational Male, and it covers all the stuff I would cover in The Rational Female. How do you think about that? Well, we need something for ladies. I actually wrote an essay. Maybe I'll read it today. I have an essay that I wrote, I think it was in 2020, maybe 2021. It was called An Essay for Women. Because I had so many women asking me for some sort of recognition. Pat me on the head, Rollo, pat me on the head, please. But what happens is you get these women who will come into the space, and it's almost like gamer girls or Twitch stream gamer girls who go from playing, I don't know, Animal Crossing or whatever the fuck that you guys play and talking shit for 4 or 5 hours, Twitch streams. And then it doesn't hit the same way anymore. So then you got to move over into YouTube. And that's not always how it works, but it's usually how like women see kind of this niche subculture, and they think, you know what? Can girls play too? Can girls play in the Red Pill Treehouse? Are girls allowed up here, Rollo? No, they're not. They shouldn't be anyways. And maybe bringing Torsha into the mix was a mistake. I don't think so, because I think she probably gets it better than a lot of other names that I could mention. But the reason why I told Myron and Fresh back in March of 2021 that I hoped that the Red Pill wasn't going mainstream is because of exactly where we are now. And it's not just guys, it's women who are a big problem as well. So when you see Pearl being addressed as the female Andrew Tate, well, that's when you know we've jumped the shark. That's when you know everybody has sold out. That's when you know it's a grift and it's not. It's entertainment. It's not even entertainment. It's what is it? Infotainment. It's not even infotainment. It's advertainment, advertising and entertainment. It's advertainment. That's what it's funnel marketing. That's really what most Red Pill females, women's podcast when it comes to talking about these issues, even like with the best of intent. Like, I'm not saying every woman like does this with like sort of malicious intent, but what I'm saying is that like it follows this process, and it's a process of going from like, oh, they're really gung-ho and very, very enthusiastic about it, and oh, we're going to do wife school, and we're going to teach these women to be good trad wives. Please don't. Please don't. If you do, well, like, go ahead and do that. Just don't call it red pill. Call it trad pill. Call it chick pill. Call it wife pill. Call it whatever the fuck pill you want to. But don't call it red pill, okay? Because red pill is not a prescription. It's a praxeology. It is a description, not a prescription. If you want to use the red pill in your version of a prescription, please do. Just don't call it red pill. Don't call it, oh, well, I'm going to refer back to all these principles who I have no idea where they originated from, but I'll be happy to take your registration fees, and I'll be happy to have your funnel marketing. I'll be happy to increase my email list, on the backs of guys who have basically taken it on the chin for, in my case, 20 some odd years. There's other guys who have, not just me, but there's a lot of other guys who do so as well. And if you're going to do that, then at least, at least have the common courtesy to, give us a reach around, right? I mean, at least go and do your homework. So yeah. So I'm thinking, I'm watching my daughter get married, and I'll give you some of my breakdown here. The whole it's a little strange for me because she's my only daughter. Okay. And people go, well, Rollo's very overprotective of his daughter. Like, well, yeah, like any guy should be, I would think. And I think what happens is there's a lot of misinformation that was spread by the now late great Anthony Johnson, who himself is now a father of a toddler, an infant girl, which I find like karmically ironic. But this is the same guy who was basically cyber stalking my daughter back in 2017, 2018. And yes, I have the receipts for that. So you call me on it, please do. Like I got nothing to lose by revealing it now. That used to be my nuclear option in case everything got out of hand, but now it's like I got no reason not to. But you know, he's got his own problems to deal with, so whatever. But the misinformation is that I have some sort of like strained relationship with my daughter. I have the best fucking relationship with my daughter. Always have. And we've always been very close. She takes on my hobbies. She takes on my mannerisms, my like the words, my word choices, my vocal expressions. I've spent like she next to my wife, she's the person I've spent the most time with in my entire life, obviously. And you know, I love her like she's my daughter. So it's kind of strange to sort of like give away your daughter at a wedding. And it's almost, you know, it just happens, right? People say, "Oh, are you nervous? How are you feeling? Are you sorting out your emotions and everything?" I'm like, no, my relationship hasn't changed with her whatsoever. And I can understand, like, I wasn't even thinking about it until somebody else would make a big deal out of it. So I'm like, okay, whatever. And then of course everybody goes, "Oh, are you a grandpa yet?" "Oh, I'm not a grandfather. Thank you very much." You know, those AARP things that come in the mail, I throw them out. It's like bad luck to get this out of here. Yeah. So so yeah, it was an interesting thing. I wore my zoot suit. Everybody said it was like probably the best wedding they'd ever gone to. It was my family, her now husband's family, and friends, and it was a very good time. And I spent a lot of money on it. I'm not going to give you digits, but I spent quite a bit of money on this. And it was in a way, I'm kind of like, you know, grinding, you know, biting my nails here, but in another way, I'm kind of like, I'm glad, you know, what else are we going to do? You know, I would much rather have like some experience like that. And I have to also throw into the mix here that a lot of people think that I am against marriage. And I will reiterate one more time for the record, I am not against marriage. I'm just against the way we do it now. I was just watching this. I think I might even like bring up the video here later on if I can get to it. But I was watching an interview of, I can't remember his name. His first name is James something or other, but he's a divorce attorney. And he was talking about his practice, and he was talking about marriage, and he was talking about a lot of things. I thought it was kind of interesting. Somebody like had sent this to me sort of like a couple days after my daughter had gotten married. So I'm looking at this, and, you know, he's talking about prenups. He's talking about like how guys, like even as old as like, say, like 90 some odd years old, are still wanting to marry 50-year-old women because they still think that they're going to find the one. It was really kind of a sobering video to watch. But the end of it is really one I want to show you guys because it sort of dovetails nicely into today's topic. But I think it's interesting to see women who have never been married, who have no children, giving advice, red pill, quote, you know, under the red pill, you know, trademark, little circle R, little trademark, you know, red pill marriage advice, wife school, bitch school, you know, whatever school, by women who are not married and have no children. So what I think it was, who was it saying? The Mia Khalifa thing in the at the end there. In fact, you know what? I might even just call that back up again. That was too good not to. But yeah, the Mia Khalifa video that's been making the rounds recently. I use the one with there's a lot of different takes on this. I know Brett Cooper's done something with this. I know that Matt Walsh has probably opined on this a couple times. But where did it go? That's not it. Sorry, I deleted it out of my system here, but I thought this was really kind of oh, there's Lila. Hi, Lila. This one right here.
18, divorced at 21. Second marriage, married at 25, divorced at 28. Third engagement, engaged at 29, ended it at 30. Marriage is not a
for you
sanctimonious thing. It is paperwork.
I think it's funny because like you love this smug smile. This is trad femme like smugness right here. It's like, it's like that. You know, if you're in Georgia, if you were in Atlanta, Georgia, that's the isn't she precious? Look, it's that she's precious, which means she's a bitch. Like that's if you ever hear precious come out of a woman's, like she's got that sort of like thick kind of like Southern Atlanta, Georgia accent. You could tell the difference if you spend any time in the South. She's got that accent. And she's just precious. She's just wonderful. And like this is the expression you should get with that too. But
it's something. It's a commitment you make to someone. But if you feel like you're not getting anything from that commitment and you're trying, you gotta go. You gotta go.
I feel
so. I'm gonna stop it right there. Let me pull her out. That's actually the definition of a commitment. You don't go. You kind of have to stay there to be committed. That's kind of the thing. I don't know. I don't know how the kids are doing it today, but that's that's kind of the part of the definition of commitment. But here's a thought. Well, she is a thought, isn't she?
I'm a whore.
Stop taking marriage advice from whores. maybe that's a good place to start. Maybe they're not the best people to like take advice from, right? And I'll tell you what was funny is, and I don't have it queued up just yet, but I was looking up the reaction to Mia Khalifa. That's Mia Khalifa, porn star, ex-porn star, reborn, rehashed, reintegrated porn star, and then not a porn star anymore. Who even knows what the hell she is right now? She still uses her porn name, so I'm going to just go with porn star right now. But Mia Khalifa is the last person on planet Earth you should probably be taking marriage. Ladies, that ain't it. And of course, it's just grist for the mill for trad cons. I'm sure Ben Shapiro will have something to say about it if he hasn't already. Matt Walsh already responded to it on Twitter. As you can see, Lila Rose, who will most likely get a permanent gig at Daily Wire pretty soon if she doesn't already have one. I would expect that's incoming at some point because she plays that role very well. Yes, Candace Owens, I'm quite aware of her most recent videos. We will get into that as well. But I think what's funny is when I go and I look at, like, say, even the sort of new message from, like, say, Tristan Tate or Andrew Tate, everything is like suddenly they're just family men. Suddenly it's like, well, look, you need to be on your game and you need to be the best version of yourself for her. No, you shouldn't. You should be the best version of yourself for yourself, you fucking idiot. That's how it works. And if you're not, you're doing it for somebody. Your intentions and your motivations are not for yourself. It's for someone else. You're basically going against everything you guys have said for the last, 10 years. Well, certainly the last 6 years. Like, come on, man. I know that it plays well right now, and we're going to see this sort of like hard turn into this trad con conservative, let's get back to good old fashioned values. The values party, right? It's neoconservatism all over again. I get it. I know it's an election cycle. We understand. But I want to point out here that I've been a father for 25 years. I've been a husband for 27 years as of last month. And I have never kept that secret. I've said it. Matter of fact, I get run up the flagpole by the likes of Sneeko and Sartorial Shooter for not having receipts. He says to go and fuck anything on two legs. He says that you should. I should say it in an Australian accent, shouldn't I? No, I'm not even going to try. Where's his receipts? This is the guy he doesn't live the lifestyle. Because I don't pretend that I do, man. I have been the same consistent message for 22 fucking years. I don't think I need to, man. Receipts. Well, let's see. Married for 27 years. 5 books. Oh, they're just books. Anybody can write a book. Please, by all means, go ahead. I would love to see. I will be happy to help you get it on Kindle, KDP. I'll be happy to help you when you go and you go, oh shit, this is a lot harder than I thought it was. I'll be happy to do your fucking cover for your book too. It seems like I do those for everybody now too. And talk to me about fucking receipts, especially when your receipts, the ones that you would respect. Like if I was living the lifestyle, if I was like, rolling around Brickell with, just jet screaming hootie queens falling out of my fucking convertible Lambo, you guys would just simply say, oh, he's just degeneracy. What is he teaching these kids? Right. Well, okay. Well, would I not then be living the lifestyle that you say I'm not? Or would my receipts be, 5 books, having been doing this for 20 some odd years, being the oldest and most consistent voice in the Manosphere and Red Pill, whatever the fuck we're calling it for that? Is that not a receipt? Is, going through the shit that I've gone through, like helping my, going through the, the multiple suicides that inspired a lot of stuff. Is that not a receipt? Men, helping keep men off the fucking, putting a noose around their neck. Is that a receipt? Tell me, because I need to know what I need to do to score fucking cool points with you. Please tell me what a fucking receipt is. Because if it's a receipt is, he needs to have children and he needs to be married and blah, 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 blah. Gotcha. Let's go. What else? Oh, anybody can write a book. I've written 5, all very well researched. And by the way, are the gold standard, let's just say, for shows like Fresh and Fit. For fuck's sake, the show you're on wouldn't exist if it weren't for fucking Myron, discovering my work and, and us collaborating and everything else too. They don't know that. They're just fucking confident in the fucking ignorance. Anytime you guys want to have a talk about this, I'm happy to talk about it. What's a fucking receipt, man? Well, how do I get fucking, cool? How do I get daddy cool points? I had to have more. I guess maybe I should have had like 5 kids. Maybe then. I don't know how many real man points do you get for like per kid. So when I see shit like this and people want to suddenly become these moralists and they want to suddenly become traditional conservatives and they want to now the kids that they've been sort of, keeping in the wings and not showing and wanting to keep under wraps and keep a secret. Now suddenly all the family pictures come out on social media. Now suddenly we want to fucking do a 180. And now to your receipts are your kids. Your receipts are, hey, I'm actually a family man, even though I've talked about, closed on her ends, open on mine. Hell, even Justin Waller, who I love like a brother, had to go up against Lila Rose for fuck's sake. Well, how come you don't choose to be loyal to one woman? Because he doesn't have to. That's why, because that's the choice that he makes for himself. And you know what? Just because that's not what is earning receipts or brownie points or fucking, daddy cool points with you is irrelevant to his life. He's going to go home and sleep like a fucking baby. Trust me. But then again, he also has kids, which is no longer a fucking secret anymore because he's already put them out on his, I don't think I'm giving anything away. He's put this out like several times on his Twitter feed. Well, is that what we're looking for validation and recognition for? Because if that's a receipt, then I got fucking receipts in spades. I got 22 years of fucking receipts, man. So what's the coolness? Who are we going to take advice from? A fucking porn star? You going to take advice from Pearl for wife school or whatever the fuck? You're not a wife. How the fuck are you going to give it? Or a mother? Oh, well, let me tell you how to be a mother. Okay, I'm listening. I'm listening. No kids, girl. Well, here's what I think it ought to be. And the reason I'm bringing that part up here is because porn star versus porn star. When Mia Khalifa did that video, another porn star whose name I happen to know is Brandy Love. And Brandy Love is in her 50s, I believe. And, for a MILF, she's still pretty hot. She's in very good shape, by the way. I could tell she works out. But she mentioned, and again, this is on her personal site, and the porn is like very minimal. But she was saying like something like taking marriage advice from Mia Khalifa is like having Lizzo as your personal trainer. And I was like, she's right. It's true. It was like, why are you taking advice from somebody who's clearly schizophrenic? Maybe I shouldn't say that. I am not a psychologist, and so therefore I don't play one online. But she certainly displays all of the cues in the DSM of somebody who is like bipolar at the very least. So So yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. This is funny. Thank you for reminding me.
I don't get no hoes, man.
Yeah, the reason I had that is because how come Rollo doesn't get any hoes? How come he's not with girls? Rollo Tomasi ain't got no hoes, man. Okay, let me oh God. All right, let me back up here. Thanks for that. Let's see if I can go backwards here. Rollo, have you seen the study where 12th grade boys are more conservative and 12th grade girls are more liberal leaning? Yes, I have. Would you like me to? Would you like to know more? Because I have other studies that have been around for a long time that have been saying basically the same thing. The only reason and this is not a hit on you, Bender, but the only reason people are paying attention to this like new statistics, shocking statistic, boys are more conservative than girls, and always have been actually. And hell, maybe I should just go dig that up. Where did I put that? The only reason people are paying attention to stats like that right now is because they want to say that like we have to keep our eyes on boys, and this toxically masculine messaging from Andrew Tate and people who are teaching your young kids to be deviants, or to teach your kids to be these misogynistic sons of bitches, right? Where did I put that? It would be in politics. I have now finally organized my here we go. You know what? I might just run through some of these here. This is Rolf Degan. Deegan. I hope I'm saying your name right, bro. Women support an encompassing welfare state to a greater degree than men do, even more so in gender egalitarian countries. This was from February 8th, 2020. Another one, a paper on academic values of professors from the political left and right that scientific publishers would not buy. Okay, that was the memory hole one. And let's see. Here we go. Rob Henderson, as a matter of fact. This was actually the one I wanted to show you guys. I already put that here. Let's see if I can grab it. I'll put this on screen, actually. And where did I put you, Rob Henderson? I love this one. Here you go. Oh, you can't see. Let me boost that out. There you go. Rob Henderson, until the 1980s, women were more right-wing than men. In the 1990s, the pattern reversed and women became more left-wing than men. First, we found that the established democracies, as recently as the 1980s, women tended to be more conservative than men in their ideology and voting behavior, as earlier studies suggested. I'm just going to read his highlights part. Moreover, this pattern persists today in many developing societies where women continue to prove slightly more right-wing than men after including a range of social controls. Yet, most importantly, we also found that many post-industrial societies by the 1990s, women have shifted leftward, producing a modern gender gap similar to that which currently exists in the United States. So when you're looking at stuff like that, when I see, boys are starting to lean more conservative, they're 12th grade boys, okay? There's high school seniors. You can say all you want to, but the thing is like, I think people want to say this is like evidence of sort of misogynists in, influencing our youth today. And honestly, it's probably less about boys wanting to become more politically active or have like conservative ideologies as it is girls have more left-leaning progressivist leftist ideologies that sort of highlight the fact that the boys are not on board with the girls, right? Let's see, where did I get that? Sorry, I gotta pull that out. There we go. All right, so that was from Rob Henderson. I have another one. Oh, here it is. This is a good one. This is from Steve Stewart Williams. Students. Oh, this was really good. Look, hell, I'm just going to show you this one. It's up there too. I'm sorry. Trust me, this is related today. I promise you, this is related. It's not the video. Sorry, I am a one-man show, as you know. So bear with me one moment. Gender politics. Here we go. All right, this is really good. Steve Stewart Williams, who is probably next to Godsod, if not my favorite evolutionary psychologist guy. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Is that me? Not that one. This one. Okay. Gender politics. There we go. Male students preferred protecting free speech over an inclusive, diverse society by a decisive 61 to 39%. Female students took the opposite position, favoring an inclusive, diverse society over free speech, 64 to 35. This should have been banging a gong for all the tradcons and all the leftists right here. Yet it happened this was published in January 12th, 2022. Yeah, it's not an election cycle. We don't want to pay attention to it. But again, women opt for more egalitarian redistributive policies than men, prioritize equality over efficiency, and report a greater willingness to share your wealth. Sound like socialism? The greatest intergenerational transmission of left to right ideology consists of parents who pass on their liberal orientation to their daughters. Okay, if you guys are interested in where I'm dragging that from, I'll be happy to put the links to those in there. Those are all from research studies. That whole folder on my Twitter is just for exactly that. So if you're looking at and again, this is not a hit on you, Bender, but if you're looking at the recent studies about the high school senior boys are leaning more conservative. Yeah, but it's actually more like when the high school senior girls are leaning more progressivist, leftist, liberally, as you might guess. Self-improvement to women is what astrology is to men. They don't think it's real. Some even think it's silly. Of course they do, because they don't need to improve. There are very few there's all kinds of self-help for women, but it's usually coping rather than like improving. How can I be the best version of myself as a female? Because for the most part, what was it? I really got to dig this video. I'm going to dig this video up here in a minute. But the guy who I was mentioning before, the divorce attorney, was talking about how awesome it was to be a woman. And I'm like, what is he talking about? He says, all you have to do is be hot, have big tits, be sexually available, and the world is your oyster. And of course, women would just grind their teeth when they hear that. But he made this really great comparison about seeing like guys who are like multimillionaires getting divorced, and their gorgeous, beautiful women, their wives, taking them for half of their stuff, right? The classic divorce theft, I guess. Maybe that's the question or the terminology I'm looking for. But he was saying that these guys who are self-made millionaires, who have Fortune 500 companies, who had nothing, made everything from scratch, worked their ass off, and got to the point where they were, they're affluent, the level of affluence that they have, and then, met the chick. She was hot, and he thought it was part of the deal, and so he just started fucking this one girl, and now they get married. 5 years later, he's in a sexless marriage. They get divorced, and so all of that personal building, all of the become the best version of yourself. For the guy, that's exactly what he was doing. He did exactly what Tristan Tate is saying. You need to be the best version of yourself for her. Yeah, that's great. Go talk to that. I'm going to get his name, James something or other, divorce attorney guy. Go talk to that guy before you start throwing out like marriage advice or here's a nice, blending of sort of motivational positivity hustle with, you got to do it for the girls. Think of the girls, think of the wives, think of, we got to be better men for women. That's exactly what I have criticized Matt Walsh for, Ben Shapiro for, Michael Knowles for, Andrew Clavin for, you name the tradcon, and the male, the tradcon guy. The reason why they have a problem or there's a crisis of masculinity is not because of the men. They're not concerned about the men. They're concerned about how men's crisis affects women. Get the fuck out of here. As far as I know, I'm the only dude who's saying, be better for your fucking self. I'm the only guy out here like still, screaming in the wilderness about the fact that it's not, men are, there's a crisis of masculinity. Women most affected. Get the fuck out of here with that. I know it gets clicked through. I know it's part of your fucking funnel marketing plans. Stop it. For fuck's sake, think about dudes for half a second there. There's a crisis of masculinity because of guys like you. Because of Ben Shapiro's, because of these TradCon shit, like, hey, man, we need to man up. Oh, okay, good, cool. Well, this guy must be on my side. No, he wants you to man up because that solves women's problems. If that's the direction, if that's the intent, if that's the underlying motivation, you are on the wrong page, brother. You need to get back on the right fucking page. All that is get back on the plantation. But yeah, self-improvement to women is what astrology is to men. Yeah, because to quote, Saint Cooper, Father Ricardo Cupero, patron saint of entrepreneurship. Women don't care about men's struggles. They wait at the finish line and fuck the winners. And the ones that can't, they make a bet on a good horse who they hope is going to be a winner. That's more or less how it comes down to. And how awesome would it be? And I'm going to quote, I'm paraphrasing this divorce attorney guy. How awesome would it be just to be a chick and you have access to a guy who busted his ass, who struggled to be a Fortune 500 company multimillionaire, dude. He improved himself, and all you had to do was fuck him. That's all you had to do, and you couldn't even do that after a while. Let's see. The sister company does fulfillment with custom jewelry. Oh, you're talking about the dog tags. Don't want to give too much away. Okay, just hit me up, Rizzo. I will do that. I just got to get fulfillment on something like that because I don't think Teespring or anybody that works like with the merch people that I don't know if I'm going to use. Maybe Shopify. I don't know who does it, but I got to figure out fulfillment for something like that. The Emotional Female should be the title of that book. Yeah, I could do that. Tucker, Candace, Zuby, Piers Morgan, PBD. What's the commonality they all share? Think about that one for a second. Can you, Marie? Can you answer that for yourself? What's the common link between all of those personalities? What one person is the common link between all those personalities? Yeah. Zerka is really annoying. Kills show quality. He comes off as cringy. He can't even string a coherent sentence together. It's the cocaine, man. What's the obsession with this guy? He's entertaining. It's the same obsession that people have with Macho Man Randy Savage and Hulk Hogan. That's the same. It's kayfabe. And it's entertaining. I will say that. It's fucking entertaining as hell. Okay, that's good enough. Let's go back to the live chat here with everybody else is. And is Sammy, are you in? There you are, Sam. Sorry, I was looking in my private chat over here. Oh, thanks for doing that. Yeah, Sammy pulled up an essay for women. Maybe I'll read this too, because I think this is sort of like relevant to today's topic. But so people say, well, Rollo, you've been married for 27 years. How do you do it? Why don't you give marriage advice? How like it's the Ruslan, gambit. Shouldn't you be talking about this? No, I shouldn't be, because I would have to tell you what I did myself personally to get to the point where I'm at. People want to hear, I love how people use the phrase economically attractive male. Yeah, well, those chicks at the very end of my clips there. What are you looking for in a guy? Oh, he's got to make $300,000 a year. That's economically attractive, right? For the long haul. That's actually part of my notes here today, and I did take quite a copious amount of notes today. So I wanted to start off with the fact that there's in no way Mia Khalifa should be giving you marriage advice. I would also say that people like Pearl or other people like unmentionable women, maybe Lila Rose is not a good one either, taking marriage advice, guys, especially guys, if you're taking marriage advice from Pearl, you need to really stop this stream right now and go back and read my book. Like go back to go back to the start square on the table game, because if you can't get that, you need some remedial lessons here. Most guys don't care about marriage, period. They're not marriage minded. And I mean that in the sense that, like, not guys who are necessarily red pill, but I mean like guys in general simply aren't like thinking marriage in the long term. And it's rare for a guy to have gone through, like, say, the process that I did, which was I sowed my wild oats, right? I had my rock star 20s. My notch count between, say, the ages of 17 and 28. The final tally was 42. I'm not counting Hummers, but 41, 42. And then, I've gone through how I've vetted myself and not really vetted my wife, but I can tell you the elements of what I think is what makes for a healthy relationship and what makes for a healthy marriage. And I'll be happy to do that. But if I say that, it's advice. If I tell you how I got from point A to point B, I can tell you how I did it. I can't tell you how you're going to do it. And that's why I've always been hesitant for modern. Thanks. That's why I don't do prescriptions, and I've always tried to stay as close to objective, like, reality as I possibly can. Objective, what is it? Gadsod. I have an obligation to objective truth. And in doing so, I have to be as sort of, I know that being unbiased is completely impossible. I got that. I know that. Thank you. But it doesn't mean we shouldn't make a good stab at trying to be as objective as we can. Like, that should be the ultimate goal all the time, in spite of the fact that we're never going to quite reach complete, Mr. Spock rationalism and objectivity, simply because we're human beings. Nor would I want you to do that. Our emotional side is actually still very important. I'm just saying that feels before reals should not be dictating public or social policy, or it's no way to sort of plan your life, put it that way. But, being a musician, being an artist, yeah, very important, of course. And no one's going to eliminate emotion, period. That's why I hate that. Aren't you the rational male? Oh, it doesn't sound very rational. That's the title of the book, dipshit. That's not like me. Oh, you're the rational male. Like, that's my persona. Oh, man, I'll be happy to get in your face. I'll be happy to get emotional with you. But when I am analyzing things, when I'm writing in particular, I've tried to stay as objective as I possibly can. And sometimes that rubs people the wrong way, because you have to tell them how to feel about stuff. And that's why marriage advice, or really any advice, or any influencer for that matter, that's why you have to be careful who your gurus are. You have to vet your gurus. As we've seen, I think now, over the course of, say, like, I don't know, the last 6 to 8 years, the gurus that were about one thing back in 2018 are not into the same thing in 2023. Why do you suppose that is, Rollo? Because they were never about it. And same thing with people wanting to give you, like, sort of this formalized pod class advice about how to be a better wife or how to be a better husband. I would make this point. I would say that I think that the effort or the energy that is being expended to sort of school women into the right way that they should go, we got to steer them in the right direction. It's sensationalism. It's salaciousness. It's just like, it's meant to be sort of outrage bait. Can you believe this woman is saying these things? How dare she? I can't believe she would say something like that.
How dare you?
It's for effect. And so when you're looking at advice, like, most people, like, if you go on Twitter, if you go on like, I don't know why Twitter seems to be like the self-help space. Everything on Twitter is not self-help. Okay. Everything on Twitter is not literal. Everything on Twitter, like, oh, he says he's a vasectomologist. Yeah, sure I am. I've been here for 27 years, for fuck's sake. Do you honestly think that I am in any way, like, not being over the top? Agree and amplify. Go look it up. I know it's hard to wrap your head around these old school red pill principles. Those pickup artists, what the fuck do they know? But it is equally a mistake to take marriage advice from Mia Khalifa as it is to take it from Lila Rose or Pearl or Matt Walsh or whoever else, because you're getting a biased, a biased input or output, I guess, maybe in this case. I mean, I just showed you Mia Khalifa, right? She's been in and out of divorces. She goes in and out of porn. probably not someone you want to be your therapist, as Brandy Love pointed out, right? You know, it's like having Lizzo as your personal trainer. Well, I could say something similar to Matt Walsh and the rest of these people, right? Well, isn't it good advice to want to start families and save the West and, you know, have more babies and stop the fertility decline? Yeah, it'd be great. But the fertility decline actually began like the early 80s, maybe late 70s. And it's been below replacement in the United States for quite some time right now. If you go and look at that, you'll see just how ridiculous that whole premise is. So, you know, if that's your thing, if that's your shtick, please, you know, vaya con Dios, man. You go do your thing, but don't call it red pill. Don't call it advice. Just say, hey, this is my ideology. Go ahead and call it like proselytizing. Go ahead and call it preaching. In fact, every time I listen to somebody who has a critique of me or those red pill guys, they'll say those red pill guys are always preaching about this. Their ideology is this. They're preaching. If you see the word preach, these guys preach one thing and do another. When somebody says preach, their mindset is in tell me how to feel about this. Tell me the ideology. Tell me the moral implication of this. Tell me if it's right or tell me if it's good or bad. Tell me if it's right or wrong. Tell me if you agree with me that I'm right and they're wrong. That's whenever you hear preach, think of a guy at a pulpit. Think of a guy giving a sermon somewhere. That's preaching. I don't preach. I come here and give you information on stuff, or I expose stuff, or I will go and I'll try to objectively tell you how a dynamic works. But I'm not in no way expecting you to sort of believe in the holy, you know, trinity of Rollo, you know, Royce and Rouge. Blessed be their name. No, that's the furthest thing from my mind. And I hate it when people say, oh, you got an ideology, because you know what I have to do? I have to stop the fucking tape and I go, wait, full stop. It's not an ideology. It's just analysis. We're just having a conversation. It's a textbook. It's not a fucking holy book. Okay. It's not Proverbs. It's the Chilton Manual of Intersexual Dynamics. That's what it is. What's a Chilton Manual? Go look it up. Yeah. No questions today. Have a good show. You know what? Just because of that, you get one of these. At least you're honest. Thanks for being honest. You get rewarded for being honest. Yes. Did I brainwash you into getting a vasectomy? You know what's funny is I cannot wait. And this might happen sooner than you think. I cannot wait to go on Fresh and Fit and finally do a one-on-one with Myron. Actually, I was talking with Myron this morning. I think we've got a good topic that we're going to cover. It'll probably be the body count thing again. I think we really need to do a nuts and bolts show, Myron, if you're watching, about just sort of red pill misperceptions once again, because here we are, not even a year later since we did the show on red pill misperceptions or misconceptions. And now I guess we have to do it again. And yes, I did see the part where I forget which show it was on. It's happened like twice or three times now, where it's like Sneeko and Sartorial are coming after me for spinning plates. There it is. He just wants guys to go fuck anything on two legs and spin plates. And Myron's like, that's not really what it says in the book. And he's trying to like make his case, but he can't step on toes too much. And, and then it's like trying to explain, it's like trying to tell, it's like teach, you can teach a monkey to use an ATM, but do you really want to? I mean, that's the level of like training and explanation. And you're simply at the end of it, you're just nobody's going to get it. I hate that too, because like I'll have like, even my wife will say this, why don't you explain this? Why did you do this? Why did you do that? I'm like, because at the end of the show, they're going to go back to doing whatever they did. And I'm going to go back to doing whatever I did. And it's not for the benefit of the people that I'm having like sort of this, back and forth debate with. It's the people who are watching, like you guys in the chat. That's who I do it for. So yeah, Pearl has no credibility for giving marriage advice as long as she's not in a healthy relationship. Yeah, still waiting on that one. I also think it's kind of ironic that a guy like Destiny would give anybody would have anything to say about abortion, anything to say about child support and divorce, which I'm going to get into here in a little while, would have anything to say, qualitatively to say about any of that, considering that his marriage consists of an open marriage. And I know that he's got a kid from a previous a previous wife. So color me a little skeptical when I listen to back and forth, and not with me, but back and forth exchanges with Destiny and people who have a problem with his take on all dads are deadbeat dads. Really? Because are you not a dad? Are you not an involved parent in your kid's life right now? I hate to make it like personal or anecdotal or whatever, but it's like, I would be wary of taking marriage advice from anyone in an open marriage that way. Is Destiny worse than TradCons? Can I say the same? I don't say worse. It's just like, it's the take, man. It's just the, do I want to take the time to untangle all of that? Today I'm going to a minor degree. So anyways, I was going to say, so who gives the best advice about marriage? I'm going to say no one, not even me. Like, I'm going to give you some advice, ladies. I'm going to read some stuff to you. Here's how you can be a good wife. Here's wife school. I'm going to tell you some of that stuff today, but I will tell you right now, don't listen to me, because it worked for me. It worked for my wife. I hope it works for my daughter and her new husband. I hope so. I'll tell you what was great. And I got to say this publicly. I got to bring this up because this was for most of the wedding between my daughter and her now husband, I'm listening to this. I'm kind of, well, you're giving away the bride. Oh, how does that make you? Like, she's your only daughter. How does that make you feel? It's like, I wasn't feeling anything until you said something. God. But then she was, they were doing the speeches, like the toasts and everything like that. And of course, there's the best man, and then there's the maid of honor, and then there's, whoever. And my daughter and her now husband got up and started talking about, these are people we would like to thank, blah, 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 blah. And she mentioned something about like how she was going to approach marriage, right? And she quoted me. She quoted Rollo Tomasi, called me, but Rollo Tomasi, right? And you guys have probably heard me say this before, that a good marriage is effortless, or should be effortless. It's not about working on yourself, working on a relationship. Well, he's getting better. That's him. Remember what we were just talking about? Like, oh, you need to be the best version of yourself for your woman. That is exactly Oprah's advice. That is exactly Dr. Phil's advice. That is exactly Steve Harvey's advice. You got to work on it. Takes daily work. No, it doesn't. A good fucking relationship is effortless. I was so proud of my daughter when she mentioned that in her speech too. And it's a connection. It's polarity. I'm going to quote Royce now. A good relationship is based on polarity, not similarity. Polarity, and how you deal with that polarity. How to retain your individual identities without becoming the other person. It should be effortless. I've mentioned this. Is that what he said? Is that Charlie Kirk's advice? It should be effortless or not? I don't know. Is he saying you got to work at it every day? You got to have a date night. Lila Rose, I just saw her doing some other shtick about how it's important to have a date night. No, it's not. It's important to fuck your man. It's important to fuck your wife. That's what it comes down to, really. Do you still want to fuck? Or do you still have visceral, lustful desire for me 27 years later? If the answer is yes, that's pretty effortless. I'll tell you right now, having sex with my wife is pretty effortless. I enjoy it still to this day. People don't want to hear that. No, I don't want that mental image. Rollo fucking somebody. I fully enjoy my wife is fun. I say. But it should be effortless. Oh, is that what he said? Sorry about that, Harami. I didn't catch your meaning entirely. Yeah, but here's the thing is, the Charlie Kirk and the Charlie Kirks, the Candace Owens, definitely the Matt Walsh, definitely the Ben Shapiros. They buy hook, line, and sinker. They will jump right on board with Oprah Winfrey, the people they hate, their claim to hate. They're the leftists. They're the wokesies, right? A guy like Dr. Phil, a guy like Steve Harvey, a guy like freaking, Oprah Winfrey. Name the sort of like pop psychologist who's basically said the same shit over the years. They jump right on board with that because it sounds truthy. It sounds like it should be true. You got to keep it fresh. You got to keep the fire burning. No, you don't. Not if you have an effortless relationship. Do I have special events? Do I do things with my wife? It's not like we're just, sitting around doing nothing. We do lots of things, but I'm not trying to make some grand production out of it. That's the problem. I think people think that they have to make this constant effort. And if that's the case, all you're doing, especially as a guy, because it's usually men in marriages and in relationships that are doing the tail chasing. How do I keep this bitch happy? How do I keep her content? Because that's what drives them on and on and on. How do I get a better job? Because if I had a better job, she'd be happier. Then she wouldn't have to deal with living in this house. Oh, she wants a bigger house. I better get a better job. When people tell you like, oh, men do better in marriage. Yeah, because they have to. Because for the most part, guys who get into like a long-term relationship or get into a marriage, they tend to make more money because they have to make more money. Oh, they got kids. They're making more money. They're more prosperous as a father and a husband because they have to. They have bills. And if they don't, then they get either removed from the freaking family or they remove themselves, however you want to call it. And then they're deadbeat dads. And suddenly they're not all they should be. And even in that case, they still have to keep up with the payments and keep up with the child support and the alimony and everything else. What do we got here? John Casamasa. The Red Pill is a hardware store and not a design build school. It gives you the tools, but it doesn't tell you how to build a house. So few people can accept that. Yeah, I like that analogy. I also like this one. And I know how dangerous it is to use metaphors and analogies, but it's not paint by number. And I use this analogy at the end of, book 5. Your life is not a paint by number thing where you like have, paint, green into number 12 and yellow into number 8 and red into number 3, whatever it is. And then you have this nice little, pretty little picture that somebody else did and you colored in. And now your life looks like that. Your life is not color by number. The Red Pill is you are the canvas, and the Red Pill gives you brushes, and it gives you turpentine, and it gives you oil paints, and it gives you the spatula thingy, and it gives you all the tools that you need to paint a fucking masterpiece. But you have to paint it. That's the tool set. It gives you this. This is a pretty good one too. So I got you. I feel you. Thanks. Harambe. I quit working for Charlie Kirk to work for Miguel. Oh, good. Thank goodness. Really. I hope you're in Vegas. I would very much like to make your acquaintance, sir. Giuseppe the Fraya, he finally comes back to haunt my live stream. Rollo Tomasi, with all due respect, most people accept 90% of the Red Pill in terms of female psychology. They hate the Red Pill when it comes to taking away women's rights, human rights from women. They expect most Red Pill most of Red Pill take care. No, they don't. They really don't. See, the thing is like if I'm going to go and make a case for like that Aussie guy that was like coming at Justin and them, if I'm going to go and try to like explain the Red Pill to people like that, it's like next to impossible. It's like pointless. I have to like think about, okay, at the end of this, I always start with the beginning, begin with the ending in mind. So what's the end result? What's my end goal with like, say, taking on Destiny or taking on this Aussie guy or any of these critics, right? Because 9 times out of 10, it just comes from a place of ignorance, or maybe it's deliberate ignorance where they're trying to make a case and trying to paint the Red Pill as being, oh, those guys don't know what they're talking about. They don't know the research. No, we do. That's just the problem. Oh, you guys get one data point and you keep parroting it back over and over and over again. No. You got to remember, how did they come to that data point? How do they come to that assessment? When I'm in the middle of writing maxims right now, and half of my effort is spent on explaining why that maxim is a thing in the Red Pill, the Manosphere, whatever, in the first place. Because I think that the effort will be worth it. I think that by saying, why do those Red Pill guys always say that women break rules for alphas and they make rules for betas? That's a maxim. I'm going to explain that to you. Here's the thinking behind that. If you think I'm wrong, please, I would like to have this discussion with you. But that's why that's a maxim. That's why it keeps coming up again and again and again, right? When we talk about how, and Myron uses this all the time. Everybody does. Hell, Pearl uses it. Women initiate 70 to 80% of divorces, which is true. And that's a hard, very unflattering statistical fact. That's a quantitative research statistic. Women initiate the lion's share, the overwhelming majority of divorces. And by the way, if a woman is college educated, they initiate them at 90%. Only 10% of college educated couples are men initiating that divorce. Seriously. So you have to take that into consideration. I'm going to talk about specifically that here in just a moment. But why do those red pill guys just keep rattling this off? They know that, it's deadbeat dads, or they just want to take the money and run, or men do better off after divorce rather than women do. No, they don't. And I've got the stats and everything. And by the way, I have done those stats and done the research and done this for a decade at least. So trust me when I school you on this, just momentarily here. The Rational Male series required reading for your new son-in-law. Yes. He's read book 1 and I think he's on book 5. Not successively, but he was reading book 5 last I saw. He's asked me questions about it before. What was the reaction of the crowd when she quoted you? They thought it was great. And because at least half of the crowd knew what she was talking about. El Nick Fuentes win Rollo Tomasi. Would you like me to opine on the appearance of Nick Fuentes on Saucecast? Because that was a real clusterfuck. I'm in Vegas. I'll DM you this week. Thank you. We won't have a conversation in the chat, but I appreciate you. So that's number 1. Now, I think I've already talked about the whole receipts thing. And when I know I'm sort of picking on Sartorial and Sneeko here because they just simply don't know any better. It's just coming from a place of ignorance, which, by the way, I'm used to now. When I deal with listening to like these quick hit, buzz clips, right? These too long didn't read clips from Destiny, from whatever interview it is. It's just most of it's just regurgitated, parroted back ignorance. If anybody's parroting anything back and repeating the same, retconning shit for themselves over and over and over again, it's most likely it's Destiny, and I shouldn't say just him, but there's other people too. And when I'm looking at a guy what's the hell the guy's name? Can't even remember the dude's name. Mackin Murphy or Alex from Date Psych or even Chris Williamson. I think what kills me about Chris Williamson is all of the shit that I've talked about and I have written about over the course of 5 books. And whether it's marriage, whether it's relationships, whether it's women's nature, men's nature, intersexual dynamics, hypergamy, I'm listening to guys like that, or I listen to Orion Taraban, who I do like very much so. But when you're going to do shows about the difference between men and women's respect, dude, I mean, please
say my name.
Throw me a bone, brother. What was the most recent one? Oh, he was quoting a lot of the maybe sort of paraphrasing a lot of the work that I did in Iron Rule Tomasi number 6, which is, women fundamentally lack the capacity to love a man in the way that a man believes that he should be loved or could be loved by a woman. That's straight out of Rational Male 10 years ago, right? It's in fact, hell, it's an Iron Rule of Tomasi. I know that. I see that when people use the terms like war brides or alpha widow or all that stuff, that's directly from the Rational Male. Oh, and I'm okay with that. But at least if you're going to come at me, and not that Taraban does, but the other guys, if you're going to come at me, at least understand where I'm coming from and try to wrap your head around it. Steel man me before you straw man me. And that's really all that happens. And it's very easy to do these days. It's child's play to put out a TikTok video where you're just repeating the same shit. So if you're going to accuse myself or Myron or I don't know, anybody else of parroting back this stuff all the time, these red pill guys, then check yourself first, because really what I see is just mostly repetition of the same, confident ignorance about those red pill guys. This is what they say. Who's they? Brian from whatever podcast. Is that who you're talking about? Brian, who's just basically paraphrasing my work. Let's see, who else? I mean, if you're going to say Ryan Stone, Ryan says this all the time. He's one of those red pill guys. Nobody fucking cares. Nobody cares. Nobody. You know what's funny is like whenever somebody says, "Oh, those red pill guys," it's usually Myron and Fresh, myself, or maybe it's Pearl, or maybe it's Brian from whatever podcast. And maybe they're also referring to Mike Sartain, sort of because he's a red pill adjacent. Right? But they never want to name names. They'll flash my picture on on their 45-second buzz clip. That's okay. Just so you know, this is who we're talking about, but we're not really talking about. I'm not going to say it was. Yeah. In your studies and writing on game, have you or will you incorporate the Enneagram personality types of individuals that could potentially encounter? No, because it's horse shit. It's woo-woo magical thinking. That's why here it's.
She's not a Christian.
Enneagrams are like, I touched on, by the way, I did actually touch on Enneagrams in my fourth book, which was religion. When we get into the chick crack section of the book, you will see I mentioned Enneagrams, I mentioned MBTI, astrology, tarot card reading, I don't know, reading chicken entrails, Santeria, numerology, whatever else. You know, if that's your thing and you want to incorporate that into your game, go for it. But if you earnestly believe that, then maybe that's a good idea. Would your wife ever give marriage advice? And if so, would it sound red pill? I would think so. Marriage advice. Let me give you a little bit of marriage advice. I would go through, let's see if I can go call this up real quick. Here's some marriage advice from, let's see if I can, I hope I can get this right now. From heartiste.org. If you don't know who Heartiste is, I don't see why you don't. It's HEARTISTE.org. This is the archive of Royce's best of work. There's a few like if you look at the 16 commandments of Poon, there's some, I don't know, sorry, but there's a few I think are just gold gems in this that are really good marriage advice. Okay. Number one, never say I love you first. Women want to feel like they have overcome an obstacle to win a man's heart. They crave the challenge of capturing the interest of a man who has other women competing for his attention and eventually prevailing over his grudging reluctance to award his committed exclusivity. This is where we get into women don't want a broke ass dude. Women want a man who other men want to be and other women want to bang. So usually that comes from this, I want to say ego association that women have with their mate. Let's see. The man who gives his emotional world away too easily robs women of the satisfaction of earning his love. Though you may be in love with her, don't say it before she has said it. Show compassionate restraint for her need to struggle toward yin fulfillment, like yin yang. Inspire her to take the leap for you, and she'll return the favor 1,000-fold. Again, women want to feel like they have overcome obstacles to earn your affection, your attention, and everything else. If you are a guy for whom other women will compete for your attention, you are the man that other women want to bang. I don't see how this is in any way like controversial or hard to wrap your head around. This applies to marriage as well. You need to be the guy. You still have to be that guy. And I think that's one of the, maybe, we talk about, who says I love you first. And by the way, there are studies. I should dig those up. Research of who said I love you first. And it is almost unanimously the guy who professes love for a woman before the woman does. This flies in the face of that. And I think probably rightly so. This is like, to say this is like very controversial. I've gone through these with Pat Campbell back in the day, but I think a lot of the 16 commandments of Poon really apply to marriage as well. Make her jealous, flirt with other, this is number 2. Make her jealous, flirt with other women in front of her. Do not dissuade other women from flirting with you. Women will never admit this, but jealousy excites them. The thought of you turning on another woman will arouse her sexually. No girl wants a man who no other woman wants. Got it? That's the operative right there. No girl wants a man that no other woman wants. The partner who harnesses the gale storm of jealousy controls the direction of the relationship. This also relates with Mystery's assertion back in the day, and I happen to agree with this. You'll find this in my 5th book, The Rational Male Player's Handbook, is that for a woman to make an emotional investment in a guy, or if she has already, you'll know that she has made an emotional investment with you. But a woman cannot feel like genuine desire or genuine love for a guy that she can't feel jealousy for. She has to have that sort of sense of, I don't say dread because everybody hates it when I use that term, but a sense of dread and a sense of anxiety and a sense of value of you that she dreads the idea of losing. And when a woman feels jealousy for a guy, that's the precursor to her being emotionally invested in that guy, because if she didn't, you would be valueless. She has to be somewhat jealous of you. Now, the only part I would like sort of take a step back on is flirt with other women in front of her. I wouldn't do that out of like, I wouldn't do that actively. I would do that passively. Now, you probably heard me talk about like passive dread and active dread. I hate to even use the term dread, but the term is the only thing that really describes it. So I do agree with this. Do not dissuade other women from flirting with you. That's third party dread. That's passive dread. Flirting directly, openly, overtly flirting with other women, like if you're at the bar or the club or whatever, and the waitress thinks you're cute and you go and you overtly flirt with her. That's people say, well, she'll just get jealous and she'll think you don't love her, blah, blah, blah. That's more direct and more overt. I think that passive dread and that anxiety that is involved in passive dread also stresses pre-selection. You're the guy that other women want to get with. No girl wants to be with a man that other women want, no other woman wants. That's the problem with marriage, by the way, is you become the guy that no other woman wants because she already has you. So the paradox is the things that made you like sexy and irresistible and the things that made her want to compete for your attention with other girls is gone when you have that committed relationship. Like I've said this when I was trying to describe the difference between say like passive dread and active dread. The active part, of course, is more overt. It's almost like an ultimatum. I would say, only in the most extreme cases should guys ever resort to that. But passive dread is third party dread. It's third party social proof, third party pre-selection. So if your wife's girlfriends are saying, man, Rollo's looking real good these days, man. If you don't want him, I do. Yeah, and not so many words, right? Boy, you're so lucky to have a guy like that, blah, blah, blah. Lean into that shit. Or if a woman starts flirting with you, lean into it. Don't dissuade it. Let it say, hey, you know what? I'm sorry, I can't. All the girls love me. What can I say? But I'm with you, right? What that is it's a sort of an ego building for women to say, you got the guy that other men want to be and other women want to bang. And I'm with you. So that builds up that sort of like ego association that women have with the man that they're with. That's really sort of the crux of the make her jealous rule right there. Now, should you actively go out and do that? No, but don't dissuade opportunities when that happens, or instances when it happens. Don't try to diffuse that jealousy. Go with it. Even if you think that she's going to hold out on you, anytime she's holding out on you, there's still that part in the back of her head that's saying, you know what? He's still the guy that other women want to get with. And damn, I got him. I locked this guy down. That's the long and the short of that whole thing. But the problem is that in marriage, it's very difficult to like those opportunities to sort of display higher value or to get social proof are very few and far between. Or pre-selection. Most guys, once they're married, don't have any opportunities to show off pre-selection in any way. Not in a way, I should say, that doesn't seem contrived, right? Some guys will try to do that. They'll try to put themselves into a position where it's like, hey, I'm the man. And if their wife has been with them long enough, they'll go, get the fuck out of here, because they know you and your personality. So like trying to like sort of engineer those opportunities always comes off as like you're pandering or it seems contrived. But when they happen organically, know that they're happening and lean into it. 3, you shall make your mission and not your woman your priority. This is good marriage advice. Okay. Forget all those romantic cliches of the leading man proclaiming his undying love for the woman who completes him. Despite whatever protestations to the contrary, women do not want to be the one. What did we just show? I just showed you the soulmate girl that was on there. They don't want to be the one or the center of your, the center of your world. Okay. Or at the center of a man's existence. They, in fact, want to subordinate themselves to a worthy man's life. Let me repeat that. They, in fact, want to subordinate themselves to a worthy man's life purpose, to help him achieve that purpose with their feminine support and to follow the path he lays out. You must respect a woman's integrity and not lie to her that she is your everything. She is not your everything. And if she is, she will soon not be anymore. That's a very important marriage advice. Once she becomes your everything, I've had guys ask me this before. They'll say, Rollo, I heard what you say about one-itis. I hear what you say, like this is old school, right? I hear what you say about one-itis. I hear what you say about soulmate, the soulmate myth and all this stuff. But shouldn't she be your soulmate? Shouldn't you have one-itis for the one woman that you're going to have? You're going to be fucking for the rest of your life. I mean, on paper, you're going to be fucking this girl for the rest of your life. She's into you. You're into her. Shouldn't she be the one? And the thing is making that distinction between being in a very long-term, loving, healthy, successful, however you want to say it, sex-filled, desire-filled relationship is never based on the mythology of the soulmate. And should she be important to you? Yes, absolutely she should be. But when she becomes the focus of your life, that's when problems start to happen. That's why the title of this is the third rule, right? You shall make your mission and not your woman your priority. Sometimes I've told guys this is that when you get into a long-term relationship, your passion, your goals, your ambitions, your business, your whatever it is that you're doing, whatever that you are, your sort of life's purpose is, needs to become the other woman. It needs to become the thing that she has to, your wife or your girlfriend or whatever, has to compete with to get your attention. I hate to even use this because it's been done to death and like stupid people have used this, let's say disingenuously, but when we have said in the past that men need to become the prize, right? They need to become the prince. They need, there's a chapter in the book, in my first book about the prince. You need to become the guy that other men want to be and other women want to bang. Got that. But the thing is in doing so, you have to make your attention and your concern and your love valuable, because too much circulation makes the price go down. If you wear your emotions on your sleeve, I've talked about this when I talk about like vulnerability. If you think that vulnerability is in some way like good game, you are gravely mistaken. Vulnerability is not something that you wear on your sleeve. Your emotions should not be something you wear on your sleeve. They should be rewards. They should be rewards for her investment in you. I'm not saying don't be emotional with your wife or be emotional with your girlfriend. You're going to do it anyways. There's no way around that. But I think too many people think that the red pill is all about like, oh, you should just cut off your emotions. No, but you should guard them. And you should also understand that men don't process emotion the same way that women do. We don't cry at the end of Titanic. We cry at the end of Saving Private Ryan. We're not built that way. Our brains are not wired the same way for emotion. So ladies, here's the other thing. You want some marriage advice, ladies? Here's some advice for you. Understand that your husband's brain does not work like your brain. His brain is fundamentally wired differently than yours. The great thing is that men and women are better together than we are apart. So if you go and you look at like the fMRI studies of like the neural synapses, and I don't pretend to be a neuroscientist. It's not I'm not a brain surgeon, but if you go and you look at that and you look at the complementarity between the way a woman's synapses are wired in her brain and the way a man's, it's usually like vertical and horizontal, is wired. When you put them and you overlay them together, they complement one another like very well, like almost by design, almost by, let's say complementary coevolution, if you like that. But almost by design, we're better together than we are apart. And the thing that you want to know what will kill your marriage, ladies who are in wife school, right? The one thing that will kill your marriage before anything else is understanding that his brain doesn't process emotions like yours does. Stop scolding him for not being as emotional as you. Stop thinking he's emotionally stunted because he's not emotionally available, or it's emotional intelligence, which is horseshit. The reason why you have those expectations is because you've lived in a society that has built up this idea of this blank slate ideology that men ought to be just as emotional as women. And if it weren't for society and misogyny and patriarchy, that they would be just as emotional. They would just be women. Men are just unperfected women. And the biggest you want to know where we get this crisis of masculinity? It's in the expectation that men ought to emote like women, ought to think like women, ought to be as sensitive as women, ought to listen. You're not a good listener. Yeah, because I'm a dude. I'm filtering out for information. I prioritize information above context, above feelings. What's the problem? How can I solve the problem? It's like the video. It's not about the nail, right? I really got to show that sometime. That video, I will probably get a copyright strike for it, so I'll have to demonetize it. But I will definitely do a full dedicated show to that. But it's the the nail sitting in the woman's head, and she doesn't really care about solving the problem, which is the nail in her head, and you can just pull it out and solve your problem, kind of thing. She wants to sit there and be heard and vent. It's biting. It's in my head, and okay. We could just pull the nail out and solve all this problem. You don't understand. You're not a good listener. That's what I'm talking about. Men and women do not process emotion the same way. There are countless studies about that, countless research about this. Hell, as far back as like the mid 2000s. Men and women are fundamentally different down to like the cellular level. So if you want some good advice, ladies, stop thinking that your husband needs to work on the relationship and make an effort to become a better woman. No, you need to become a better woman by understanding that men and women are different. And you should embrace that and love that and get into that rather than trying to say, well, we're working on the relationship. We got to make, he's making an effort. We're working on the relationship. No, he is. And the litmus test for that is he's got to be a more perfected female. Stop thinking like that. So then this comes back to this. You shall make your mission and not your woman your priority. Again, women don't want to be she's not your everything. And if she is, she will soon not be anymore. Because women want an ambitious guy. They want a guy who can kick ass and take names, of course. What is that? What did they say? Was it Justin Waller or somebody said, that women want a guy who can slit throats and change a diaper. And okay, great, awesome. But in doing so, you can't be his focus. That's the thing is like women always say that they try to figure this shit out when it comes to like respect. Like men want to feel respected. No, men have to earn respect. So you can't just up and give it to him. You just can't just pat him on the. This is pandering. That's all it is. It's contrived. It's pandering. Oh, he just needs more respect. No, he needs you to suck his dick is what he needs you to do. He needs you to fucking like arch your back and take it from behind. That's what he needs you to do. It's not about respect because for men, respect comes with performance. So it's like, oh, I respect him. Now here's the other thing is I don't want necessarily a woman's respect. I want her admiration. And women can't respect guys who are their equals. They cannot look up to men who are their equals. And the guy who is making you his entire world is not ambitious because you're the one, you are his goal, making you happy, keeping you content, trying to figure out like your freaking head games, being a good listener and being a more perfected woman, that becomes his goal. You need to nip that in the bud from the time you say, I do, or actually before that. You need to be with the man. Here's the thing, ladies, if you are ever considering getting married to a guy or a long-term relationship, however you pair bonding, however you want to term this, if you're considering this, the main question you need to ask is, 1, do I like fucking this guy? 2, do I admire this guy? Do I look up to this guy? Is this guy somebody who like I really want to be with for the long haul because every day is exciting with him and it's fun and he's adventurous and he's like ambitious and he's a man? Is he a guy that you see as someone you could look up to and admire? Most women will say, no, I don't. That's what that's what they have to, that's the sort of like the balance. That's the concern that most women have is like, well, he'll do. Most women marry the he'll do guy rather than the I admire this guy. I really think he's going places. I admire what he's about. I admire his body and his spirit and his mind. Right? Most women don't get into those relationships. So like, if you want to, like ladies, if you want to vet a guy for marriage, ask yourself one simple question. Do I admire this guy? Do I like fucking him? And do I admire him? Most of the time it's like, yeah, I like fucking him, but I don't admire him. He's kind of a douchebag. Okay. Or he's not what I would look for in a long-term partner. And again, that's not necessarily a deal breaker, but we'll come back to that. Don't play by her rules. This is number 4. If you allow a woman to make the rules, she will resent you with a seething contempt even a rapist cannot inspire. The strongest woman and the most strident feminist wants to be led by and submit to a more powerful man, a worthy man. I put that, actually, it was Royce who put this in there. Polarity is the core of a healthy, loving relationship. I'll say that again. Polarity, not similarity, not compatibility. Polarity is the core of a healthy, loving relationship. What do you mean by that, Rollo? We'll continue. She does not want the prerogative to walk all over you with her capricious demands and mercurial moods. Her emotions are a hurricane. Her soul is a saboteur. Think of yourself as a bulwark against her tempest. When she grasps for a pillar to steady herself against the whipping winds or yearns for an authority figure to foil her worst instincts, it is you who has to be there, strong, solid, unshakable, and immovable. Does that sound like a lot of the same shit that you hear coming out of the mouths of like the Tates or even Justin Waller or Matt Walsh or the rest of these guys? Does that sound like that? Hell, I've heard almost this verbatim from positivity guys right now, or the guys who are red pill and now they're not red pill. Almost word for word. You've got to be her strong pillar. You've got to be her lighthouse in the storm, right? So, but there's a gem in there. Let me get to the gem here really quickly. Polarity is the key to a healthy, loving relationship. Don't try to out vulnerable her. Don't try to out sensitive her. Don't try to do that shit. Don't try to be a better woman than she is, because it's opposites that attract, not likes. And that's the fundamental flaw of most guys make, particularly when they're in marriage. And ladies, again, this is marriage advice here, right? Ladies, don't make your man your best girlfriend. Stop doing that. I hate to even use the term allow him to be a dude. You're not allowing him to be a dude. He should already want to be that way, but don't try to henpeck him and don't try to like browbeat him into becoming like, let's go to Starbs and catch up. No. Understand he's going to communicate differently than you. That's the polarity part. Men and women are different. Embrace that difference and stop trying. And guys too, by the way. Stop trying to identify with the feminine. Anima animus. Carl Jung. Fuck you. No, you're a dude. She's a chick. That's how it works. And that's how it's worked for a very long time, right up until 1965, right? All this bullshit. Like I'll harp on this one more time. Like when Destiny is talking to, I forget who it was. Was it Amy Dangerfield? He's talking about, oh yeah, men need to be like, masculine up to like 100% and just have feminine up to like 97%. And women need to be feminine 100% and like masculine 97%. That is homogeny. That is androgyny. That is trying to be why would you need a chick? Why would you need a guy? You're the best of both worlds. It's narcissism is what it is. I don't need a man. I want a man. Now, well, the 3% of me that's still, overly masculine wants a woman. That's simply not the way it works. There are masculine traits and there are feminine traits. If you want to talk about like gender this and, the social contrivances and the blank slate and all that shit, I've already done those shows, believe it or not. But the fact that we're still talking about anima. So get in touch with your feminine side. Fuck you. Get in touch with your masculine side, because again, healthy relationships are based on what, children? Polarity. She needs to be, here's the thing. If you're 100%, you're 100% feminine and 0% or 100% masculine and I don't know, 10% feminine because you like want to do your daughter's hair or something like that no more, whatever it is, you have kind of like that little, okay, maybe I'll entertain her girly girl, stuff, right? Whatever. But you're 100% masculine and you're 10% feminine, and your wife is 100% feminine and 10% masculine. You're a pretty good compatible polarized polarity. A couple. Those are the ones that are in it for the long haul. Those are the ones that understand their roles and understand that his strengths match your weaknesses and vice versa. And that's another marriage advice. Understand, get with a guy whose strengths complement your weaknesses and your strengths complement his weaknesses. And I don't mean weaknesses, but like deficits, let's just say. So like, for instance, would you like an example? I will give you an example. This is my life. This is my marriage. This is not your marriage. This is not advice of this is not a how-to here. Okay. So when I am talking with my wife, or like people have asked me this before, they said, does your wife read your books? Does she understand what you're talking about? Yes, she does. But I talk about things from a more like intellectual perspective, like intelligence. My wife has wisdom, like application. If you're making like a role-playing game character, like, this strength, intelligence, wisdom, constitution, charisma, dexterity, right? You have all that stuff. In my character sheet, my intelligence is pretty high. My wisdom might not be all that. Now, my wife's intelligence might be lower than mine, but her wisdom is higher than mine, right? And so as a result, those two complements make up very, very, very well. So what are your stats, right? What are your stats as an individual, as a man? Is your strength like up around, 15 or 16? And your wife's is at an 8 or a 9? Well, you're complimenting for her deficits, because women are always going to be physically weaker than men, period. End of story. By and large, on average, that's the case. Sorry, that's sexual dimorphism right there. So how do you make that compatibility? That's the thing, is people are like, you want to know the number one mistake people make when they're looking for a quote unquote long-term partner, or they're vetting for a wife or a husband or whatever. It's they're looking for similarities. They're looking to like find somebody who is just like them. Stop it. Don't do that. I mean, you want to be compatible. I get it. You want to share similar values. You want to have similar, tastes in music or whatever. I don't know, whatever it is. Like, women will, by the way, a compliment, like a girl that wants to be, it's into you, she's going to adopt that shit anyways. She's going to be a Golden Knights fan all of a sudden. Ladies, if you Access Vegas girls, if I see you wearing Golden Knights hats, or if I see you like, listening to Swedish death metal, I'm going to know. I see you. I get it. Right. But if you see women trying to make themselves more compatible or more similar, that's a mistake. That's not polarity. Like, if my wife is into like, 80s power ballads or like, country music, and I'm into Opeth, Earth, or Behemoth. I'm trying to think of the most extreme like black metal I can come up with. But if that's my taste in music, hey, we still love each other. We're still about it. I'm not going to take her to a Death Angel concert for sure, but I might go see a REO Speedwagon with her once in a while, just because I love her, and I'll go, okay, I can do it. But that's the complementarity. That is the polarity for that relationship. Now, I could continue on. I don't want to go through all of these today, but I wanted to point out a few. The main one I wanted to get to was the polarity being a key element in a healthy relationship, because I think too many people think that if they're too dissimilar with their spouse, that's a recipe for disaster. And I would exactly argue the opposite of it. It's the accepting of those differences. It's embracing that polarity rather than saying we should be more alike. No, you should not be more alike. Fuck's sake, man. Opposites attract. It's not likes that attract. So What are your thoughts on women who have genuine burning desire for their man and how it relates to women's general inability to hold themselves accountable? If they have genuine burning, do we need to make an acronym out of genuine burning desire? Are they accountable? How it relates to women's general inability to hold themselves accountable. Okay. That's the I was drunk, he was cute, and one thing led to another thing. This is also, you can look at this in the positive, Thomas. You can look at this in the positive or the negative. So the positive side of this is the girl that's the ride or die girl. This is the girl that you could be in the back of the patrol car, or the police cruiser in handcuffs, and she's the one who picks the handcuffs and releases you, and you guys run off. Now you're fugitives, and she don't care because she's going to be a fugitive with you. That's genuine burning desire, right? She will take risks for you. Will she risk her life for you? Will she risk her personal safety for you? Is she so into you that she will help you bury a body? Will she engage in criminality to be with you because you're the dude? That's a genuine burning desire. Now that could be a positive or a negative. So, but will she take accountability for it? It can be used as an excuse. I was blinded by love, right? I am sure that the women who were genuinely burning with desire for the Tinder swindler, I have no doubt they would pass a polygraph test saying, did you really desire this guy, or was this they did. They to the tune of like 9 different bank account loans that they took out for the guy. Burning desire, they had it. Did they want to take accountability for that? No. I was blinded. He manipulated me. What a horrible manipulative son of a bitch. He lied. Yeah, and you loved every fucking minute of it. You loved the seduction. You have to remember that women, when it comes, this is straight, by the credit where it's due, this is straight out of Robert Greene's Art of Seduction, but women, people in general, but women in particular in this case, have to play an active role in their own seduction. You cannot seduce anyone who doesn't want to be seduced. It's not like some magical power. I think the people associate it with that. Like, oh, he had this mystical, he charmed me. He didn't charm you. You wanted to be in that. The women who were going on his Tinder swim, was it Simon Levy? Were going on his private jet. They wanted to believe he was a Mossad agent. Are you kidding? They wanted to be part of that seduction. I mean, so much so that it went for months and months, a year, I think, for one of them. The chick took out like 9 different bank loans for the guy because she wanted to make sure that he was, safe from the diamond heist mafia or whoever was supposed to be after him. Right? The story he was making up. She wanted to be a part of that seduction. So do they not take accountability for that genuine burning desire? No, because that's just cognitive dissonance. And Tiffany, if you're watching, I'll give you a primer for cognitive dissonance. Women have no problem with cognitive dissonance whatsoever. And less so if it's the cognitive dissonance is associated with hypergamy. So if a woman holds 2 conflicting concepts in her brain, like, oh, I will break rules for alphas, but I'll make the beta, who would actually probably be a better husband for me, wait for sex and make him jump through these hoops and qualify himself to me. That's 2 conflicting, ideas there. I'll fuck the hot guy in the foam cannon party on spring break in Cancun, but I'll make this son of a bitch wait because he's boyfriend material. That's cognitive dissonance. And I'm just using this as an example. There's lots of other ones. But either one of those outcomes, if either one of those outcomes of either one of those concepts leads to an optimization of hypergamy, women got no problem rationalizing. Well, I was young, I was stupid, I had my fun. YOLO. YOLO, man. Fear of missing out. FOMO and YOLO. FOMO and YOLO will excuse women of anything. Planet Earth. FOMO, YOLO. You only live once in fear of missing out. You want to know how women deal with cognitive dissonance? Look no further than YOLO and FOMO. All right. Let's see. God, I can hardly wait for rules here, or for rules here. I keep saying rules here. Access Vegas. Genuine burning desire. So let me see if I can come back to this. Would your wife ever give marriage advice? Yeah, I think she would, but I think it would be more like kind of folksy stuff. Like, here's how to, like, she's not going to write a book on like the care and feeding of husbands. I think, there are certain principles and there are certain things that I think she would just, people would probably say, oh yeah, I expect something like that from her. I don't think you would get anything different than what I would say. Like, I think polarity, like my wife and I, we have things that we're very much alike on, but the things that we're different on are probably more so than the things that we're alike. But that's the problem. See, that's what keeps things interesting. I'll tell you this, ladies, if you want to hear, you want a little bit of a Gina tingles here. I remember when I did formally propose to my wife back in the day. No, I'm not going to tell you the story, but you can ask me in private sometime. I did actually propose to my wife back in the day, way back in the Folke days, 28 years ago. But when we were planning to get married, like the day that I proposed and she accepted and she said yes and everything, I told her, I said, look, I can't promise you that I will ever be like this super rich, a wealthy bajillionaire or anything like that. And I know this because I said this because I know who she dated before. She dated guys who were like radiologists and ER docs and guys who had, they're making six figures at that time. This is like the mid 90s, right? I told her, I said, I can't promise you that I'll ever be like making a millionaire, right? But I will say this is your life will never be boring. And I've kept that promise since that day. Life will never be boring. And you will always have something to talk about. You will always have something going on. And, I've done pretty well for myself. So I guess the first part I kind of like made good on, but the boring part is like, I'm never going to be that way. I'm never going to be the guy who's just going to say, you know what, this is fine. The building's burning around you. This is fine. I don't want to, like, most people operate here and I operate up here. And again, I hate to even quote like Arnold Schwarzenegger, but like Arnold Schwarzenegger once said like something like, I'm paraphrasing here. I said like, the worst thing I can think of is to be like everybody else. And I've always kind of felt that way. I don't like the normative has never been enough. And so that's why I've always said, look, I'm always going to be doing something. I'm always been a creative individual. I always will do things. And I'm not going to say they're all going to be like great fucking ideas. A lot of them weren't. More of them weren't than were. But you'll never be bored. There'll never be a day that's not entertaining. There'll never be a week that goes by that you're not going, what the fuck is he doing now? So I think that there's one thing to be said about like, having money to go and experience certain things, but it's another thing to say, you know what, I got no money, but you're going to experience a lot in spite of all of that. So, I want to address a couple of things here before I continue. So we're in wife school here. Okay. So we're going to give advice for women here real quickly. I wanted to throw this out here. This is thank you for digging this up for me, Sammy. I wasn't actually intending to read this, but I'm going to read a little bit of this here. Where'd it go? An essay for women. So ladies, stop badgering me for the rational female or the emotional female, because the rational male is already kind of done for you. I wrote this, on Halloween of 2019. Boy. Okay. I was actually writing a series for this one. It was the hierarchy of relationship needs. This was part 2 of that, but thought it was interesting. Hypergamy is a dualistic mating strategy. Now, when people come at me and say, oh, Rollo, there's no proof for mating strategies, dualistic, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Remember, I've been talking about this stuff for quite some time. So here's your part of your evidence. Women have 2 conflicting mating strategies. I wonder how many of you have stopped and actually considered that what that's like for a woman. It's not easy. Now, I was quoting a guy right here. It's not easy, and it's even worse for those who are aware of it, because knowing it doesn't change it, like observing the process. Like she can't help it that the thug makes her wet. Society constrained women from pursuing their short-term alpha fucks urges in many ways, but it doesn't now. So all women pursue the hottest guys, the guys who turn them on, the guys are the most, and now that they can earn and support themselves, why the fuck not? If you were a woman, would you strap in with some chode? Remember those days? Chode for the duration because he was steady? No. So what can he make? So what? He can't make you come? I mean, that's not all there is to life, right? Get this. Women were trapped with the men they didn't want to be with in many situations in the past. I know bringing up female perspective, our point of view is always verboten here, but in fact, the red pill has made me much more empathetic to what it's actually like for women. You see, if you spend a lot of time with different women, having sex with them, they open up. They tell me how they feel about being monogamous at all. Many young women do not want children at all. And why not? Because it doesn't serve men. Because it doesn't serve men, that's the point. They want to serve their impulses and their needs. I don't say it's good. I don't think we are headed in a good direction, but I also understand why women behave the way they do. And I don't feel ill-served by it because it suits my mating strategy. Okay. For what it's worth, it has never been verboten to discuss women's perspectives on this blog. On the contrary, I think sussing out why women are the way they are is essential to understanding intersexual dynamics. Despite some guys yelling, "Who cares what women think?" Understanding women's innate motivations is key to understanding intersexual dynamics. Using that term all the way back then. And that disinterest is the first obstacle I think a lot of guys, especially in today's manosphere, need to get past in order to figure out what would work best for themselves in this new sexual marketplace. Pickup artists have always been interested in what makes women tick. Understanding their motivations, mating strategies is key to solving a reproductive problem. MGTOW and others feign indifference to those motives, but even in their solutions are still rooted in knowing why women do what they do. So let me scroll down here a little bit. Okay, so these were, let's see, writing about women in my first. Oh, okay. When I get asked about writing a book for women, my first impulse is to suggest that they just need to read The Rational Male first. I have no plans to write a female-specific book in the future, nor will I be participating in any misguided convention marketed as women making women great again, because I think that what I outline in my books is or should be equally relevant to female readers. Women will complain about the tone and why can't I just wrap up this information in a nice pink covered edition of the book, but it's the content that's important. Women are innate solipsists and would love nothing more than to read about themselves and their own natures, if for no other reason than to get off on the indignation I might inspire. But they really don't want a rational discourse about it. They want emotional delivery. And this is the difficulty I'm faced in coming to this part of my series. Most women really don't want to learn anything objective about themselves. It doesn't feel good. In this essay, I'm going to outline a few things women can do to make themselves a better catch in the sexual marketplace. Wives, future wives, listen up. So yes, ladies, this is finally a Rational Male post directed at you. Okay. Let's see. I could keep going here. Let me push the rest. Okay. Women don't want to be told shit. Okay. There's even a cute name for when men try to explain something to a woman her ego doesn't want to acknowledge. It's called mansplaining. This is the next obstacle. The fempowerment narrative, really an effort in social engineering, has conditioned generations of women since the sexual revolution to presume an inherent correctness in whatever it is that satisfies the feminine imperative. If something benefits womankind, it must therefore be the correct solution for a woman personally and society on whole. I sometimes refer to this as the sisterhood uber alles. The cultural meme, "the future is female," is a recent example of this. Of course, that was back in 2019. Nobody says that shit anymore. This resistance to acknowledging anything even marginally objective or unflattering about female nature, or even that humans might have an innate nature, is the primary reason I rarely bother with trying to explain anything red pill to women. Women don't want to be told shit. And when I get a request for a female-focused approach, something to something, it's because women want to feel something, usually indignation, not learn anything. Even in a social scope, women refer to their organizations and movements as the resistance. This cultural meme is an extension of women's personal edicts as taught to them by fempowerment. Put myself back in here real quick. There we go. Let me keep going here. You guys, I'll read it to you. Asking women to drop their own learned hubris is the first hurdle to educating them. Ladies, here's your first lesson in wife school. You got to bust yourself down to apprentice. You have to lose the hubris, lose the entitlement, become a student of life, become a student of wife. That's the hardest part you will ever have to encounter. If you want good marriage advice, here it is. Start by busting yourself down. I'm not saying dumb yourself down. I'm not saying disrespect yourself. I'm not saying any of that. Lose the fucking hubris. Lose the fucking entitlement. You are entitled to nothing. Let's see if I can get my best Frank Underwood. Let me be clear. You are entitled to nothing. If you are planning on getting married, understand this. It is not an equal partnership. It is not some egalitarian utopia bullshit, because human beings are not wired for that. Women want a man who other men want to be and other women want to fuck. They want a man they can respect, yes, but they want a man they can admire and look up to. Women cannot look up to a man who is her equal. They cannot respect or admire a man who is not even slightly above her. That's the biggest problem. The problem is fundamentally, if you're going to engage in what is the old school definition of marriage, you must respect that guy and respect yourself in that you're looking up to that guy. You're finding a guy who is somebody that is respectable and admirable. So there you have it. Sorry, I got to get back over to Sammy here real quick. Okay. But in the court, like the reason why I titled this part, like women don't want to be told shit, is because that's the part of the hubris. That's the part of the entitlement that women will tenaciously cling to. They have to. They have to cling to that because they've built themselves up, and most women build themselves up to a point where they are the source of their own security. They are the source of their own. I make my own money. I don't need a man. I just want a man. The fact that you don't need a man it fundamentally flies in the face of everything that human beings, men and women, have evolved for. Simple as that. And I'll come back to this here in just a second with another video. The resistance to acknowledging anything even marginally objective or unflattering about female nature is the prime, or even the humans might have in our nature, is the primary reason I rarely bother with trying to explain anything to red pill women, such as Pearl, such as Allie, such as, Torcha's a good student. I'll give her a break here. Asking women to drop their own learned hubris is the first hurdle in educating them. You want to go to wife school? Here's where we start. I just said it would be the truth. I didn't say it would taste good. The next is confronting their innate solipsism. In girl world, everything is about them. This proclivity for self-importance and self-aggrandizement in women has been ruthlessly exploited by commercial and ideological interests for almost 2 centuries now. It is also the key component in the spread of feminism and embedding of feminist ideological ideas in our social fabric. Remember what I said, everyone born after 1965 is a feminist. They have some sort of feminist ideology, has made up some part of the way they view the world. A blue pill for women. In a few videos, I've detailed that there are similar efforts in westernizing culture to condition women to fit a new social contract. Feminism and the fempowerment narrative, which is female empowerment. I just made a contraction. Narrative is just one aspect of the blue pill for women. But the next hurdle for women to understand a red pill praxeology can be distilled to one message. Fempowerment teaches women never do anything for the express pleasure of a man. Once again, never do anything for the express pleasure of a man. A woman's blue pill conditioning is founded on the 70s era of feminism era notion of the strong, independent woman meme. She don't need no man. She is independent. Independent of what? She is independent. She is not dependent on any man, and anything else or anything she might do to specifically please a man is antithetical to that independence. To please a man is to participate in their own oppression by the patriarchy. So, as Destiny is wont to repeat all over, this is a woman who has the masculine line and the feminine line both up together and has no need for anyone outside of herself. She doesn't need a man. She wants a man. What does she want? She doesn't want the guy who can provide the security that she can already provide to herself, or she gets through the state, or she gets through other means. She wants the guy the hot guy in the foam cannon party. She wants the guy to lay down the good dick. She wants the guy who's the alpha fucks side of that hypergamous equation, because she's got no need, at least in an idealized state here, for a guy who is a beta chump. She doesn't need him. She wants Jason Momoa. She wants Justin Waller. She wants the guy with a 12-inch cock to fuck her. That's the origin of the mechanics of the meme we now take for granted. Ladies, this is directed to you, ladies. From the time you were 5 years old, this independence of men message has been hammered into your psyche by everything from popular culture to your schooling, to your religion, to your single mothers and your blue pill conditioned fathers. I also throw in Disney, Star Wars, Marvel superheroes, and you name pop culture, same shit. Okay? That meme, that strong, independent woman, we need strong women to lead roles in our action adventures. That expectation on, once again, feminism. It's been bashed into your head. And it's, by the way, it's been bashed into men's head too, to not be threatened by a strong, independent woman. You feel threatened by me. No, you're a man. I'm not attracted to you because you have the same qualities of a masculine man. And unless I'm a homosexual, I don't necessarily want to fuck another man. So the present day social segregation of the sexes. Oh, see, I got that. Okay. So the present day social segregation of the sexes I keep harping on this year is a direct result of this independence meme being baked into women's souls from the earliest ages for generations now. I have to laugh when I read women tell me how little girls are so repressed still today, when a femme-powered social order has eliminated even the thought of not giving girls and women every form of advantage and special dispensation imaginable for over 50 years now. So, ladies, you must unlearn that. You must unlearn that which you have learned. Understand that solipsism is in your mental firmware. Okay, here's the bullet points I wanted to get to. Understand that you've been conditioned to feel that men and any opinion they have are irrelevant to your being. Men should serve you and be thankful you gave them the opportunity to do so. Understand that this social order is predicated on the female experience superseding and being more legitimate than the male experience. What do I mean by that? Exactly what I said before. When we expect men to emote like women, that's exactly what this is. It's the female experience superseding and being more legitimate, being more correct than the male experience. When you make men unperfected or just like mutated, like stunted women, and that they need to work on their feminine side and they need to build up that feminine line, when you do that, you are doing so from the presumption that the female experience should supersede or be more important or more legitimate or more correct than the male experience of life in general. How are we going to form families? How are we going to form societies? How are we going to form relationships? How are we going to have politics? How are we going to form nations? If we're thinking that the correct way to do so is fundamentally from the female experience, that's the definition of solipsism. So now understand that hypergamy and your innate self-interest are being fed by a social order that profits on your self-absorption, only to discard you when you figure out the game too late in life. So when you're thinking you can have it all, when you're thinking you can have your career and you can have kids and you can have a good looking hot husband who makes more money than you, is taller than you, all the 6'6", right? 6 foot tall, six figure income, 6-pack abs, who is the elite level. When you think you are entitled to that guy, you are setting yourself up for disappointment and failure. Is it the case that women get that guy all the time, or they're holding out for that guy, or they don't marry? They just say, hey, well, I'm going to do it. No, of course not. It's not the actuality of women consolidating on the best of the best, on the guy that is the best she can do. It's not the reality of it. It's the perception that she is entitled to it. That's the point. So when people say, well, Rollo, most women don't marry a guy that's like 6 feet tall and has 6-pack abs and like a 10-inch dick and makes, has a yacht and everything. Most average people are just marrying other average people. I know. I get that. I see that every time I walk through the Las Vegas airport. I don't know how many times I've said this on show after show. I know. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the perception and the entitlement to the best that she can do. It's here, not out here. It's the idea that she has some sort of entitlement to the guy who is the man of her dreams, who never really measures. It could be Superman, right? And never measures up even still. Is he really the best I can do? That's the point. It's the perception. It's the expectation. It's the entitlement, not the actuality of it, not the disappointment that comes from actualizing it with a guy who's less than perfect and less than ideal. That's the point. It's this idea, this pervasive, endemic idea that women are entitled to, like, never settle. Don't settle, girl. You never settle. You go, girl. You can have it all. That mentality is what I'm talking about, not the actuality of it. Okay. Let's see. Understand that there are social conventions established at every phase of your life to explain away why you aren't living the life of strong independence that narrative conditioned you for since the age you started watching Disney princess movies. Okay? Understand your epistemology. What does that mean? How do I come to the beliefs that I have about women needing to be empowered and feminism? And I grab the bag and run. You want to know why a lot of women who we have on the show, see, I think I'm done with that. I just wanted to read that part. A lot of the women that we have on the show will say something very similar to this. They will say, hey, look, when I can't give up my Facebook, I can't give up my OnlyFans. I can't give up my Instagram. I can't give, because I make money at that. That's how I make my money. That's my revenue. That's my livelihood, Rollo. I would do that if I met the right guy. Okay, what does the right guy look like? I would get married. I would love to settle down and have babies. I really want to, but like men, the guys who could lift me out of poverty, which lift me out of affluence, I should say, lift me out of being rich, would have to be more rich than I am. So if you got a woman who's like making money, it could be her own business. It doesn't have to be, but it doesn't have to be OnlyFans. But you get the women who are like, get into porn, they get into OnlyFans, they get into modeling, they get into, and they make money on their looks, or they make money off of because they went to college, right? It doesn't have to be OnlyFans girls, by the way. I think a lot of people think that the perception that those red pill guys have is that we're only making comparisons to women who are making money hand over fist on OnlyFans. No, but the perception is that they should be entitled to a guy who could lift them or tear them away from an OnlyFans lifestyle or an OnlyFans revenue stream. Now, I have talked with women on Sosnick's show, on my show, on Access Vegas, on Fresh and Fit. These women who are, getting invited to yacht parties and athletes and all that. We've talked about this before. It's the perception that they could be the next girl in line to go meet Drake. And that's the operative here, is that it's not that every woman will, it's that any woman can. That's the YOLO and FOMO part of the whole equation. If you want to make $1 million off of women, Like, come up with a product or a service or a knowledge product that fundamentally provokes and pokes at FOMO and YOLO, and you'll make $1 million off of women. Find something that perpetuates the idea that they can be sexy at any age and at any weight. Anything that is a fundamental like deficit or weakness of women, find some way to profit by that. You don't need to be, you can look like Lizzo and still have like all these guys. You're still entitled to the hottest guy in the fucking club. You should. Yes, I'm going to write a book about it. Loving your fat. And men should love it too. It's their problem that they don't actually want to fuck you. We need to have a fundamental change in society. And let me write this 300-page diatribe about how men are insecure and they're fragile egos and they're threatened by powerful fat women, and they don't want to. We got to raise your children and your boys well. You got to raise your sons to want to fuck Lizzo. If I wrote that book, it's a good thing I use my superpowers for good and not for evil, because I could certainly make a lot of money if I was evil. Evil. Wait here. Yeah, I can make a lot of money off of being evil. There's a lot of money in evil. Did I have anything else in here? Let's see. Genuine burning desire. Okay, I got you. Oh, I guess I am caught up. All right, that's good enough. So, ladies, understand that you are the product, and your expectations and your entitlements and your hubris is part. I'm not saying like bust yourself down and take some broke ass dude as your husband, your lawful wedded husband. No, I mean, seriously, and you're not going to like, I think what happens is like when people hear me talk about this stuff, they think that I'm telling them to do the polar opposite of it. It's this binary thinking. Stop thinking in binaries. Okay. Stop it. Oh, Rollo said that women should just like give up. Rollo said that women should just like settle for the bum that's living in the van down by the river. No, I'm not. I'm not saying give up all your standards, obviously. But I'm just saying this is like, understand that your sense of wrap your head around the idea. If you want to have a successful marriage, wrap your head around the idea that the things that you think you're entitled to, or the strong independent woman meme that you think is like so bloody important to you, is a product of really social engineering for the last like 60 some odd years. I could even go back further, but I could certainly make a case since the sexual revolution. I'm an independent woman. Independent of what? Independent of the support and the necessity of men, which is horse shit to begin with. You need men, and men need women. Can we just like at least give me that point right there? Because that's really where it comes down to. Let's see. Oh, I also wanted to throw in this here too. If you think that you are an alpha female, disabuse yourself of that right now. Ladies, I've explained this on Fresh and Fit. I've explained this on God knows how many different streams. I've explained this more times than I care to remember. Women, stop calling yourself alpha female. You are not an alpha female. And it just rips me up when I listen to these guys say, you know, those guys, those red pill guys, they don't even know what an alpha male is. It's been debunked. The guy who came up with the word alpha is actually he went and refuted his own alphaness or his own alpha terminology. He was talking about wolves in the Arctic tundra. That's a placeholder term. Stop it. But when women say that they are an alpha female, the same guys who like deny that there's such a thing as alpha men, if a woman says, well, I'm an alpha female, let me tell you a little bit about myself. I make my own money and I run this joint, right? Well, those guys are like, oh yeah, she's an alpha female. A man can't be an alpha male, but a woman, oh, you're an alpha female. Yeah, good. You go, girl. You're a woman of the ages. Jesus, do you not even like listen to yourselves? Like, what the hell? Man, why is my chat stopped all of a sudden? My chat just took a shit. Hang on. I'm seeing super chats that I'm not seeing come up in. There it is. Is that it? Why did my super chats all of a sudden stop? Can I go to that one? This is interesting. I'm sorry. I've got just a slight technical difficulty here because I'm looking at the chat from. It seems to have stopped about 20 minutes ago, and I don't know why it's not updating. Clearly, I'm still going. I see your. Damn it! I'm gonna have to go back in time here. Why is this not doing this? Hold on a sec. Okay. I got that. All right. I got it. Well, interesting. Okay. Sammy, thanks for keeping up with me here. I'm going to read this here. Super M Demon. I'm 39 and after 7 years, I'm single. Thanks for all your information. The message comes to me at a great time. Great. Thank you. Let's see. Moon-pilled Rational Optics in Las Vegas now. Any chances of getting tickets to access Vegas? We don't sell tickets. You can just show up if you want. We are at Sticky Paws Studios. It is in, I want to say Paradise, but it's off of the 215. Look up Sticky Paws Studios. We will be live at 8:00 on Thursday. You can hang out in the green room and shake hands and kiss babies with us if you want. We don't sell tickets. We don't sell tickets. Big Boss Money Bags. That's awesome. Professor Rollo Tomasi's Red Pill Pod class is in session. Keep saving lives. Keep the red pill alive. Thank you very much. I'm doing my part. Are you? Let's see. I think I got to that. Okay. This is weird, man. The chat's kind of bogged down. I think they did some StreamYard's done something with the chat here. Okay. Oh, and then K-Dog, thank you. Late to the live here, but dude, what the fuck happened to MLD? Did he fall on his head or something? Anything for a buck, I guess. I don't know. What is he doing? I haven't kept up with MLD all that much. Occasionally he hits me up on Signal, and that's about my level of involvement with MLD, which kind of sucks because he's been such a good friend for the longest time. I don't know. He kind of fell off as far as I'm concerned. I don't know. What is he doing? Okay. I am going to do one quick thing here. I need to view this on YouTube really quickly. Sorry there. I didn't mean to echo you because I can't see the chat in my live chat. I can't see in StreamYard. So I gotta pop out the chat from YouTube here. Give me 1 second. Because now I don't know what happened with StreamYard. StreamYard, they're doing some changes. Some of them I like, and some of them is just sort of gumming up the system here. There we go. Much better. Let's see. Wait, I have two windows open. One is updated. One updated. Something's off. Dude, Sticky Paws is right next door. Yeah, you should go. Let's see. Are you guys? Do I have lag right now or something? Yeah, Devil Mountain Coffee is good. All right. Let me pull that out. There we go. Much better. Okay, now we're back. Yeah. I don't know. what happened to MLD. I don't know what he's doing. I know he had a class or he had something that was going on for a while. I don't know if he's. Last time I saw MLD was at I saw him at No Jumper. That's when I saw him the last time I seen him in person. So let's see. God damn it, man! What happened to my chat and StreamYard? StreamYard's all jacked up. Anyways, doesn't matter. Let's see. I've got a couple of other things I want to get into. So wife school. So that's, ladies, if you want some sort of you want some advice, you want something that's going on. I also want to point out that when we're talking about parenting, that's another thing I keep seeing a lot of. A lot of people think that the red pill doesn't talk about X. It doesn't talk about these things. I don't see any of those red pill guys talking about parenting. I wrote an entire book in 2017 on the red pill and parenting. And I think that, and I know I keep stressing, I'm shouting in the wind. I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but every time I hear somebody say the red pill doesn't talk about X, I'm like, Who are you listening to, and where are you getting your information from? People just want to make up some. Oh, did he get ambushed? Pearl stinks. But when it comes to like parenting, now, if we're going to talk about receipts again, we're going to talk about who's got legitimacy in this, who got whatever. Well, I raised a daughter, a human female from infancy to adulthood. I think I could probably have a few things to say about being a red pill parent, but don't take my word for it. You can take the word of some blue-haired guy who doesn't see his kid or whatever. You know, I have no idea what his relationship is with his kid. But I can guarantee, I can tell you this, Pearl doesn't have a child. None that anybody knows of. And in fact, a lot of the guys who were like the most vocal, loudest voices in the fucking Manosphere didn't want you to know that they had kids. In fact, you're not living the lifestyle, and you haven't seen a new vagina in 27 years, Rollo. You don't have receipts, yada, yada, yada. But look at me. I'm now a man. I'm now a real man. Because I actually, here are the kids I've been hiding from you for the last 10 years. I've never hid the fact that, in fact, I've been trying to keep my daughter from getting doxxed, for fuck's sake, for a very long time. So if you're going to talk about like parenting, you want to talk about who's doing a good job with their kids, right? Who's helping, create the next generation of, responsible adults, and who's going to, especially for the Zoomer generation. This guy, yeah, thanks. There's a receipt. Is that a receipt? Can I get a fucking daddy cool point for that? Do I get a real man point for that? Because I mean, by every freaking metric of receipts, what do you want, man? Because I probably got it here in my wallet right now. What do you want? How are we measuring this thing? Because you can talk shit about me. Oh, he doesn't live the lifestyle. He doesn't have fucking random girls. I am not trying to say I am and never have, but you wouldn't know that because it's easier to throw shit at me and try to make a big stink about things than it is to actually read my work and understand what I've been about for 20 plus years. But that's okay. You do you. I'll do me. There we go. All right. Jesus, man. Oh, did this thing finally catch up again? It's on Facebook. Go grab all destinations and see if I can get this to reload again. Trying to get that one to work. Okay, how come like Facebook is work? I got Facebook chats, but I don't have the YouTube chats. I have to look over here in the other one. Okay, obviously the link is Tate. Okay, and that is not the real Aaron Clary. Why do you hate the women's, Rollo? I don't hate the women's. All right, let's see. What else do I have here in my notes? Let's see. So, this is really good. Okay, so the same people criticizing Pearl or red pill women for advising women on motherhood or being a wife, yet are not themselves wives or mothers, come at me for being a husband and a father. Okay. So I want to point out a few things here. What is the litmus test? What makes you cool? What makes you like somebody with legitimate, like validates you, right? What is going to make, like, I've had this joke back in the day. I remember when the black pill doomers were a thing and MGTOW was a big, or, the more extreme end of the MGTOW spectrum, but like certainly the black pill guys and the doom pill autistic spur guys, they would come at me and they would say, well, Rollo's been married for like 30 years and his wife's 90 and he's 60 and, and like, whatever, like just keep going over the top. Right. And they would come at me for shit like that. He hasn't seen a new vagina in 27 years. Why would you take him as valid? Blah, blah, blah. Now suddenly I'm invalid because I have a wife of 27 years and because I have a daughter and because I'm a father and because I've gone through my stuff. So the things that I have had to do. But let me also point this out. So the people who say that, well, Rollo's not living a traditional lifestyle and he's trying to promote something he's not actually about. All right. Well, I can think of another guy who's a father with blue hair in a quote unquote open marriage and bangs guys. And I hope girls too. and is probably a bigger, certainly a more viewed voice, a louder voice, and a authority on the manosphere. And yet nobody seems to go after him about that shit. Nobody ever wants to invalidate that. They never want to say, oh, he's a hypocrite, whatever. No, they don't. They come to me because I think they understand where the source of the basis of their ideas come from. All right. Okay. So with that said, now we move on to the video portion of today's show. What time is it? Okay. I got a little bit extra. I think I'm going to throw this one on there, and I had this already on tap, and I wanted to throw a few things out here. So this is what I'm kind of talking about.
Pill they don't even know any of the research. Like when I debated the Rollo dipshit guy and then his much better friend Michael Sartain on Fresh and Fit, one of the ending segments I did a research for was that women tend to do worse after divorce than men. And I thought I was going to get a lot of fighting in that point, but I researched that point a lot. Men fare better economically. Men tend to find partners more easier. Men are more likely to have children afterwards. Like every measurable metric, men come out better than women. And after I presented that, they were both like just silent. Even Myron was like, are you sure you guys don't want to like say anything? And they were like, whatever. Like very rarely do they engage with data. They memorize like talking points or stats, and then they move on. Here's one you've probably heard a lot. The more educated a woman is, the more likely she is to initiate divorce. College-educated women, yeah. If your woman is college-educated, the chances of getting divorced fall by like more than half. Because even though they're more likely to initiate divorce, the percentage of divorces in college-educated is like 30%, way less than the less educated woman. But nobody knows that because they just hear the stat of like, they're more likely to be the ones that initiate divorce, which is true, but the overall rate of divorce is much, much, much lower.
Okay. Fundamentally, patently false. And I don't know what show he was on, but we had a very long discussion about this stuff at the end of that show. In fact, I can go and dig that show. I've got that show on tap. I can go pull out the very end of that there to show you exactly what was said and where we were at. Now, here's the thing. It was at the end of the show, and we're just kind of like, do we want to hash this out? For like, we had already gone on for like 4 hours and 20 minutes by that point, but we'd already done that show. And if he cared, or anybody else cared, to understand that we've already touched on this for a long time. It's not just regurgitating the same talking point. You know who regurgitates the same talking point? Destiny. Oh, these guys always talk, they say this. That's just parroting back the same thing. It's like repeat a lie often enough and it becomes the truth, right? It's the same thing with what's his name? Mac and Murphy. You know, just spout off bullshit. Like they said pretty much the same thing. Like, oh, all these guys do is they or is it the body count? Body count. You know that if men have a high body count, then they're less likely to, succeed in marriage and blah, 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 blah. Like, well, that's bullshit. I looked at that already last two episodes ago. I went and looked at the links that he flashed on screen as briefly as possible. I had to do a screen cap of that so that I could go and like actually type in I couldn't even do like text to or like video or picture to text. I had to type the shit in to see what the hell he's talking about because it was on for just such a split second. And I'm looking at these. I did it on this show. I looked at him like, what is he talking about? Where's this data that he has these? And that wasn't even links. It was just like, here's the people. Okay. I look them up. Nothing that is in any way related to what he was talking about. So you flash that shit on there. You flash my face on there. See, he's a red pill wacko. That's repeating the same thing. That's locking on to one meme and then repeating it endlessly. Now, you don't see me doing that because I probably should do more, but I don't do very many shorts. I don't do quick hit. I'll do reels occasionally on Instagram, but I'm just basically pulling material from my show or Access Vegas or something else. I'm not trying to you will never you don't see me doing hit pieces, 45-second video clip hit pieces on shit that I expect people to believe. Like I'm always wondering what's the point in that? In engagement, I get it, but what's the instead of saying here's some data, here's something to go with. At the very least, like a guy like Chris Williamson, he'll repeat something that I have said like 10 years ago and bring it out as if it's some new novel research or something that the red pill hasn't figured out yet. No, we have. You're just an idiot, and you don't want to acknowledge the fact that maybe those red pill guys are actually a little bit more well researched and a little bit more knowledgeable than you would like them to be. But when you go and you present, you're catching up to the red pill 10 years ago and present it as if it's novel, that's when I'm going to kind of like raise an eyebrow, right? But I don't see, at the very least, I don't see Chris Williamson making 45-second to 1 minute like quick hit shorts that directly attack me, or what. They don't even allow you to. There's not even any audio. It's just like show you over your face, and that's it, right? Well, it's the same thing with Destiny. Is like he's got to throw these clips out there to retcon what actually went on in that video. So, I mean, I'll go dig it out here in just a minute and let you guys see what happened. And this is about this. I hate to even do this because this isn't what my show's about. So when I bring up the fact, or Myron brings up the fact, or anybody else, by the way, Pearl constantly drops this one, 70 to 80%, hell, even Jordan Peterson, 70 to 80% of divorces are initiated by women. Oh, but it's because, and so here's the thing. It's because men are bastards. It's because men aren't living up to women's entitlements. It's because men are abusive, or they're cheating on their spouse, or there's something that they did to provoke that divorce. Well, just so happens that I have the data. Just so happens that I have it because I did a full like 2 or 3 hour video about exactly this with Myron about maybe a year ago, I think. So I'm covering old material here. I'm recovering old ground. So when I look at this, I always go back to this. I think I'll just throw it on screen here. I go back to this article by Dalrock, actually, of all people, Dalrock. Let me see if Dalrock, Dalrock. And I'm just gonna show you. I'm just screen share here with you. Frivolous divorce. There it is. Now, so this is from Dalrock's site. Let me see if I can go full screen. There we go. And this is from an article that he put that there that he wrote back in December 20th, 2011. We were having this conversation. So, and I've got, by the way, I have a Substack article that's coming up that is directly related to this stuff, because that's how involved all this shit is here. Okay. So this is, we were dealing with the same, like the same critique of those stats here. Okay. So this was actually Susan Walsh, who used to be a thorn in my ass for the longest time. Was talking about frivolous divorce. Okay. Is frivolous divorce overstated in the manosphere? Meaning, is the 70 to 80% of divorces being initiated by women, is it men who are the cause of that, or is it women who are following some sort of, like, are they incentivized to do that? Okay. Men are shattered and blindsided. This is the male this is the male premise. Okay. Men are shattered and blindsided by divorce far more than women are. Usually the woman files for you're married to, files for divorce, has slowly been making up her mind to do it for some time, with much consultation with her girlfriends. Maybe because she cheated and thus dissolved her feels of bonding when married women have good emotional sex with another man, but not when men do. Okay. This also harkens back, I got to say, to the mate switching hypothesis as well. I already covered that 2 shows ago. She has in mind the much rarer kind of divorce where the husband divorces his wife for a younger, hotter model, right? That's the existential fear I was saying before. It's like women have to have their own long-term security already in the bag, because you never know if the guy's going to cheat, right? He's going to be a deadbeat. He's going to be a son of a bitch. Now, this was the counter. This is how Susan, and then this is pretty much like, I think Destiny's point would also, I think, align with this. Okay, so provide stats for this or shut up. Men cheat more than women do. How do you account for that in divorces initiated by women? He breaks the contract, she files. Sounds fair to me. Yes, there are frivolous divorces, but I'd like to know what percentage of female-initiated divorces they are. I think this meme is exaggerated and overblown in the Manosphere echo chamber. Exactly. Now, this is 2011 when Dalrock is addressing this, okay? That's how long ago this is. We're talking 12 fucking years ago. So don't give me this bullshit about how those red pill guys haven't really stopped to consider any of this. Okay. I don't know how old, let's see, 10, 12 years. So what is he? He would have been like close to like 20 years old when this was written. Okay. It was he 34. Destiny like 34 right now, I think. So, and by the way, this ain't the first time. I could probably find like so suave discussions about exactly this too. 2011, same shit, same fucking conversation, same debate. Don't tell me that we just pulled this out of our ass and kept parroting it back and we haven't really seen the stats and haven't really hashed it out. Dude, I was there 3,000 years ago, Gandalf. I was there. These were the conversations we were having. Hard stats on male versus female infidelity rates are surprisingly difficult to come by. If Susan has stats to back up her own assertions, I'd love to see them. The consensus seems to be that men cheat slightly more often than women. I've seen articles, remember, this is like 10, 12 years ago. I know that there are articles, you don't have to send them to me. I know there are articles that say that women cheat more now because of social media, because of Instagram. And then there's some that say men slightly cheat more than women right now, or it's the same, or it's parallel right now. In the whole scope of this, it really doesn't make too much difference. But that when women cheat, the implications to the marriage are more severe. Okay. One source which backs up with Doug, who was the first guy, says Michelle Langley, the author of Women's Infidelity. I've touched on her in past posts. Okay, so this is basically her premise. Women's relationships today follow a very predictable pattern. They push men for commitment. They get what they want. They lose interest in sex. They become attracted to someone else. They start cheating. They become angry and resentful. They begin telling their partner that they need time apart. They blame their partner for their behavior, and eventually, after making themselves and everyone around them miserable for an indefinite but usually long period of time, they end their relationships or marriages. Okay. So that's the pattern here. Now, Dalrock says he doesn't buy the whole thing, but I think that there's a kernel of truth. I've seen this pattern before. My issue is I think she has latched onto a sense of exaggeration because of her own divorce. Okay. Now, here's the operative in all of this. Let's see, where did this go? These boots are made. We're walking. Because of the financial and social hardships faced after divorce, most people assume that generally husbands have instigated divorce since the introduction of no-fault divorce. Yet women file for divorce and are more often the instigators of separation despite a deep attachment to their children and the evidence that many divorces harm children. So, in spite of all that, women still file for divorce. What they found is divorce theft and the legal incentives women perceive to divorce is the primary driver, emphasis mine. Our results are consistent with the hypothesis that filing behavior is driven by self-interest at the time of divorce. Individuals file for divorce when there are marital assets that may be appropriated through divorce, as is the case of leaving when they have received the benefit of educational investments such as advanced degrees. Again, when we're looking at divorce of college-educated women, the divorce rate, they file for it 90% of the time. Does the overall percentage of women filing, is that the 30% of the total? Yes, but here's the thing. The reason why that stat is significant, the 90% rate, is because college-educated women are going to be making more money. At least theoretically, will be making more money. So if they are put into a position where I think the mistake is to think that like because they're college educated that they're smarter or something and they figure out that marriage is bogus or something like that. That's the idea. The thing is that you also have to remember that college educated people are more likely to get married. That was the point of the 90% thing. It's not, if you look at like marriage rates, they're in the toilet right now as it is. Okay. It is at the lowest level it has ever been in recorded history, at least in the United States. And I think probably in Western Europe as well. At the lowest it has ever been. Divorce rates, the highest they have ever been. And by the way, the guy that I looked at today, that James, the divorce attorney, I'm going to go dig him up here in a second, was saying the divorce rate is between 53 and 56% right now. So it's even a little bit better, or over 50%. Okay. As in the case of leaving, they have received benefits, yada, yada, yada. However, individuals may also file when they are being exploited within the marriage, as when the other party commits a major violation of the marriage contract, such as cruelty, like abuse, right? Interestingly, though, cruelty amounts for only 6% of all divorce filings in Virginia. This is from this study. We have found that who gets the children is by far the most important component in deciding who files for divorce, particularly when there is little quarrel about property, as when the separation is long. I've elaborated on topics of divorce, theft, and exploitation here, but in summary, during marriage, there are periods when each spouse benefits more from honoring the agreement than the other one does. When do you suppose that is for women, and when do you suppose that is for men? In the early stages of the marriage, when the wife is young, men benefit more if the agreement is honored. Later in the marriage, when the wife is older, she benefits more from the agreement, right? So when we're going to go and we're say, well, women don't remarry at the same rate as like men remarry quicker, right? They're happier, they benefit more because they can. That's the thing is, first of all, most men look at marriage and look at love and look at women in an idealistic, rose-colored glasses as it is. So they're anxious to get laid again and get back into this, get back into like sort of this regularity or this routine of being married. But they're also more able to do so because women's sexual market value declines as she ages. So it's not because she can't get or it's not because she can't wouldn't want to get a man. She can't. She's less able to do so later in life. And particularly if she's now a single mother, because there's that stigma that comes along with being a single mother. So do men do better as a result of that? Yeah, they do. But even in spite of that, women still divorce at a rate of 70 to 80%. Now, I'll keep going here. So later in the marriage, when the wife is older, she benefits from the agreement is honored. Because of this, women have the incentive to commit divorce, theft, and exploitation when they are younger. And men have the incentive to do so when their wives are older. Remember the trophy wife? Remember, oh, she's fucking his secretary. That's why I got to get the bag. The latter scenario is best described by the common tale of the husband who dumps an older wife for the younger woman after years of loyal marriage. Women's window of opportunity for divorce, theft, and exploitation is primarily when they are young, although the biased legal system would seem to extend this somewhat. Knowing when each spouse has an opportunity for divorce, theft gives us an opportunity to corroborate the findings of Bring and Allen. Those are the guys who did the study. If divorce occurs more frequently when wives are young, this would agree with the finding that women are initiating divorce in response to the incentive to commit divorce, theft, or whatever. Like basically, gives me the money, right? Or driving their husbands to file due to exploitation. Earlier on, he was talking about how there are instances where women will drive men to get to the point where they want to cheat, or they'll do something to push them to that point. If they're in a sexless marriage and the guy basically goes and gets a hand job down the street at the massage parlor, now he's cheated and now she has a basis to get out of the marriage. Okay, so how many of those divorces that women initiate, is it because they push that guy into the position where he was divorceable? I guess that's a better way to look at it. Okay, so if divorces occur more when the wife is older, this would indicate that husbands are doing what conventional wisdom suggests and dumping their older wives for a younger model. As I've shared previously, the data shows divorce rates are highest when the wife is young and has the incentive to commit divorce theft, and lowest when the wife is older and the husband has the incentive to commit divorce theft. By the way, this was the primary side of things that I use. I used most of these data sets in the show that I dedicated to exactly what Destiny is saying. We don't know what the fuck we're talking about, and we don't know the research. You do not know this research, and you do not know that Myron and I did a dedicated show to this. So shut the fuck up. Divorce is actually least likely when conventional wisdom suggests it occurs most when the wife is older and the husband has the opportunity to dump her for a younger woman. Here's the most recent data from the UK. Now, remember, this is from 2009 because I think this was 2011. So if this looks a little dated, I don't have the exact. If somebody wants to find these data sets that are more recent, I would love to see it. But divorce rate per 1,000 married population by age of woman. The same pattern exists also in the United States. So bear in mind this, and I had to add this to our conversation. What is the average age of first marriage for women in the United States? 29 years old. Okay. So when do those divorces take place? Right about that same time. And in the United States, 33. Okay. So we're right. Yeah. 33 is where it is. So in these age cohorts, I should say here, these are the age cohorts. So the data I have on infidelity driving divorce is less comprehensive, but certainly doesn't fit with the characterization, and it doesn't refute what I've already shown. I've shared this before, the results from the AARP survey of men and women who primarily divorced in their 40s. There appears to be some rationalization going on with regards to the both of us answer from men and women, but women responded that they had initiated the divorce 66% of the time, which is in line with the historical pattern that Bring and Allen were talking about. Who asked for the divorce? Me, spouse, jointly. Okay. They also asked for what were the primary extenuating reasons for the divorce. At least for men and women divorcing primarily in their 40s, and with by the way, the average duration of a marriage before divorce is between 5 and 9 years. So the average is about 7. Okay. At least for men and women divorcing primarily in their 40s, with much smaller part of the sample of their 50s and older at the time of divorce. Infidelity was the third most frequently cited reason, named as the primary reason for divorce by 16% of the respondents. Most frequently cited reasons for divorce: money problems, control freak, alcohol, drugs, fell out of love, cheating, different lifestyles, and abuse. So, and you guys can have a look at those right there. All right. So I also shared previously the results from the non-scientific poll of women considering divorce at the website Should I Divorce Him? At the time, that poll was 25% women who took the poll admitted to cheating on their husband one or more times. Only 19.4% of women stated that their husbands had cheated on them. Given the tendency for people to understate their own culpability and overstate their party's culpability, this is an astounding result. All right. So that was from this one. That was the frivolous divorce one. I had another one here that I wanted to show you guys as well. The pattern. Where did he put the pattern? See, that was the Marie Claire one. I think that might be it, but let me look at this here. There it is. I think that is it. Let's see. That's not the one. Where is it? Is it this one? Okay. Sorry, I'm looking up some data sets right here that I was hoping I had already on tap, but I don't. Stats on the reason for divorce. Here we go. We already talked about that. I got those. Basically the idea of, like, say, gray divorce sort of like nullifies the idea that it's always the guys. Like the guys are the ones that are instigating it. There's too many variables to say like, well, it's always the guy. So I think the most common answer, the most common truthy, like the thing that we're going to say, we think is like the most obvious like answer to it is always going to be what is serving women and what is serving men. And I think I have that here. Let me see if I can grab this. I've got it. I know that I have it in my notes for Scrivener here. Let me look. That's that. Here we go. I wrote a whole divorce thing on this. So that, where's the divorce show? Let's see. Oh, okay. Well, let me throw this one on here. It's not links, is it? No, that's not it. Well, damn it. I had it here. You know what I'm going to do? I'll look this up here in a second. I do want to show you this really quickly, though. I thought this was a really good, this is a good breakdown here. Now, this is way more recent, so I want to, I'm going to have to probably like stream this, so bear with me. Where is that? Okay, it was my history. It was, here we go. Okay, the divorce attorney, a divorce attorney's thoughts on love, marriage by, his name was James Sexton. Okay, so I am going to, let's see if I can just grab the link address and maybe I can just download it real quick here. I might be able to. Please. Perfect. Okay. Oh, damn it. Okay, it's not going to let me do it. All right, forget it. All right, here, I'm just going to live stream it real quickly. I'm going to put this over in another window, and I will have to give you the audio of it as soon as this thing plays out. Okay, so this is a show by the thing is called Soft White Underbelly, and this was from 2 days ago, and I thought it was very, very timely. This is a divorce attorney. The divorce attorney's name is James. His thoughts on love and marriage. His name is James Sexton. He's from New York City. He's a divorce attorney, and I would encourage you guys to watch this entire thing if you get a chance. But let's see if I can make it play for you. I just want you guys to look at the last part of this. So let's grab this screen and go to here. I think that'll do. And share the tab audio. Yes, please. Okay. So I'm gonna open this up really quickly here for some audio. And it's fascinating. I really want you guys to watch this entire thing. But let me, it was right around the very end of it. So I want you guys to see what he said. This is, remember, he's a practicing divorce attorney. He talks a lot about prenuptial agreements as well. So I'm going to let him carry on.
I don't actually see that because the law is people. The law is judges, and judges are human, and they have all the same biases. And it's just not a moment right now where men are particularly sympathetic characters. You know, I think that, you know, even young men, I mean, if at a school dance, they sing Beyonce's Girls Who Runs the World, like if there was a song called Men Who Runs the World, Men, and it was a positive thing, like you get pilloried for that. So I think that men have a very hard time right now in divorce. They see their children less, they get hit harder financially. They are the bad guy no matter what. If they cheat, they're the bad guy. If they get cheated on, they were the bad guy because they probably neglected her. There's a presumption that the man is to blame a lot of the time. Now, again, you know, marriage equality has been a thing for a while. So there are, you know, tons of gay couples. So you have 2 men, 2 women divorcing each other. And that hasn't really shook out too much yet in terms of how that plays out. I don't know if it's that gay and lesbian couples are better at it than heterosexual couples, or if it's still they're in the honeymoon period because, you know, marriage equality hasn't been around that long. But I think men find a less sympathetic world. But in fairness, divorced men have it a little easier, I think. Divorced men meet a young woman and the woman's like, instant family, just add me. That's great. You know, if he's got kids, it's like, oh, he's got kids. Look at how nurturing he is and how lovely. And women, you know, they get divorced, they've got kids. Guys are like, whoop, it's got baggage. I'm not going near that, you know? So I think that men and women have different problems post-divorce, and the world could be better to both of them. I think that I have some women who, you know, I've done their divorce, and whatever guy is with them is going to be very lucky because they're beautiful, they're smart, they're good moms, but they're also, you know, vibrant, exciting women.
Now they're loaded.
And they've got money now. Yeah, they've got money. They don't have as much financial insecurity. Although I have to tell you that, you know, it's the last remaining feminist taboo. I got a lot of women paying alimony these days. I mean, you know, women marry the like handsome musician who's not successful, or the artist, you know, like there's a lot. Listen, it hasn't been, you know, there's been a significant effort in our culture in the last decade, if anyone didn't notice, to improve the situation of women. If you have an equally qualified man and an equally qualified woman, the woman's the diversity hire, the man's not. So I have a lot of women who get, when they get told like, oh yeah, no, you got to give him half your shit, or oh no, you got to pay alimony because he makes 50 grand a year and you make 250. And they're like, you know, they could be the staunchest feminist in the world, and when you tell them they got to pay alimony, they're like, whoa, 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 he's a man. He's got a strong back. He can get out there and work. And then suddenly the whole like gender is a construct and there's no such thing, that goes right out the window when you got told you got to pay alimony. That's like, nope, no. I believe in strict gender roles. Men should pay alimony. Women, even if you earn 10 times, you should not have to pay alimony. I've had very, very staunchly feminist clients who changed their mind about how feminist they were when they got told that they were going to have to pay alimony. Person I love. Like there's a lot of people I love. A good father is a whole different skill. You could be a great husband and a shit father, and you could be an amazing father, a terrible husband. Like there's very little overlap in those skill sets. You know, maybe good listening skills would be helpful in both, or patience would be good in both, but that's true of almost anything. You know, it's a doctor and a lawyer, both be good if you had good listening skills. It doesn't mean they're the same profession. So
is divorce harder on women or men?
There you go.
That's a great question. I think it's equally hard on both, but I think that the world is more sympathetic to women when they get divorced. I think when a woman gets cheated on, the man's a piece of shit. And when a woman cheats on a man, she must have been forced into the arms of this other man, or she had to explore herself, or she was being neglected in some fashion. And so if a man cheats, he's a piece of garbage. And if a man's wife cheats, he mustn't have been meeting her needs. And she had every right in the world. Like, so the world is very unsympathetic
to men, right?
To men when they get divorced.
But that's been throughout hers.
Yeah, that's been for, I mean, there was a maternal presumption, a legal presumption, what was called the tender years doctrine.
Yeah.
Which was that if a child was under the age of 7, they were automatically presumed that they would be in the custody of the mother. And men get really beat up still in court. I mean, the law theoretically is gender blind right now, but I don't actually see that, because the law is people. The law is judges, and judges are human, and they have all the same biases.
There we go. That's what I wanted to get to. Sorry, my bad. I should have scrubbed back a little further on that. That, I think, is something that gets, actually, me and Myron did not get into, was the downstream effects of divorce. So when I was, by the way, in the show that I was on with, that apparently Destiny seems to have forgotten all about, the first thing I said was like the first precipitator, the greatest precipitator of divorce for women to file divorce is they are looking for it's when they make more money than their husbands. And he was like, well, I didn't see that. Where's that? Show me the proof. Okay, well, I'll be happy to. But you also have to remember, like, if you look at, like, he was quoting James Sexton here, we're quoting the tender years doctrine, which of course is the premise. By the way, the tender years doctrine was a feminist organized law, and I want to say it was like in the 1930s, maybe it was in the 20s. So that if there was a divorce that took place, and I think this was Depression era United States, that the default custody goes to the woman, because it was always a presumption that the woman was always going to be the better care provider than the man, unless there's like really super extenuating circumstances. That also goes hand in hand with the Duluth model of feminism, which presumes that the man is always the aggressor in any situation. If there's a conflict between a man and a woman, it's the man that is going to spend the night in jail. It's the man who's going to be removed from the home. It's the man who's going to go spend the night with his parents while the people sort things out. And that it really comes back to there's an evolutionary principle called the male anger bias. So it also feeds into the male anger bias, because men commit the most violence, right? Men are more hostile. Men have a capacity for violence. And so when for instance, your healthcare provider, or like let's just say for sake of argument, you are finding out that your children are not actually your children, and they are not biologically yours, I should say. And you're finding this out after your kids have become adults, or maybe they're in their teen years or something like that. It is prohibited for inform the father that the children are not biologically his, unless they're trying to like find a match for like a kidney or something like that, you know. And the reason for that is because not so much tender years, but there's the presumption that the man will resort to violence if he finds out that he has been cuckolded, and probably rightly so, right? But so you're looking at a legal system that is already biased against men and has been so for quite some time. Like, I mean, the tender years doctrine was like, I want to say is in the 1930s, if I'm not mistaken. So after having, checked that out, what else was I going to grab for you? Here it was. So I have this saved in my Twitter, so I wanted to bring this stuff up for you here, because people were like, well, what the hell is Rollo talking about when it comes to marriage and stability and all this other stuff? Okay, this is what I'm getting into here. This is from, let's see. This is from January. Okay, so this is from 2020, January 9th, 2020. And I can share this with you really quickly. It is share the screen. And I think that's it. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so I'm going to share this with you guys. This is my Twitter, so don't laugh at me, please. Okay, so I wanted to put this out. This is you can grab the link here if you'd like to. If you want me to put this in the description, maybe I'll just put it in anyways. But this is from Olle. This guy is this guy did the research, put it this way. What is he? Professor at the Department of Government at Uppsala University. My main research fields are political economics and gender and politics. Okay. Me and John Niarki, whatever his name is, paper on promotion to top jobs and marriage stability was just published, yada, yada. This picture shows the main findings of the paper. Promotion increased the divorce probability for women, but not for men. Okay. So we depart from the fact that women are underrepresented in top jobs throughout the world and across sectors of society, while some research points to the importance of family constraints in explaining women's absence. There is no research on how promotion affects divorce. In our main analysis, we examine the causal impact of promotions to top political jobs in Sweden. Now, the reason why they do Sweden is because it's supposed to be the most gender neutral country that there is, right? It's supposed to have as close to gender parity. You're going to get those in Scandinavian countries. So if you see it happen in that's why they do that. Politics is unique in the sense that we can identify the job contenders, who gets the promotion, and how close the contest was. The first graph in this trend, I guess, shows a descriptive comparison of job contenders for mayor and parliamentarian. The figure shows DID estimates a host of robustness checks validate the design, including restriction to quasi-random promotions in close elections. Okay, for promotions to CEO, we can see the comparison promoted men with promoted women. This comparison shows acceleration of divorce after promotions for women, but not for men. The results from politics seems to extend to the private sector as well. Okay, so the first one was political. Like if somebody got some woman got promoted or she was elected. Why is there a negative effect? The temptation effect would imply that promoted women meet a bunch of hot guys and trade up. An audience of female politicians will usually crack up when they hear this. Indeed, we see that that promoted women are slow to enter new relationships. Okay. We argue that traditional gender norms on couple formation may be behind the divorce effect. Most women in our data have married up while the men have married down. Both men and women who reach top jobs have relationships that initially focused on the husband's career. Two variables approximate how traditional the marriage was in its early days, the spousal age and the division of parental leave. Our analysis shows that women's divorces are concentrated to the least egalitarian couples. Divorce is not explained by short-term factors such as passing the husband in income. Most women in our sample out-earn their husbands prior to the promotion. Rather, the promotion seems to be the final straw in the long process of moving away from the initial expectation. What can we learn from this? Individual women might want to pick the right husband, as argued by a successful Swedish politician, Bridget, whatever her name is. At the macro level, gender equality in the labor market will be hard to achieve without gender equality in couple formation. Now, of course, it's again, the solution is always condition yourself to be attracted to less, right? Basically saying, ladies, settle for less, or gentlemen, like, don't be so fragile. It's always like this. It's always this conditioning. Social conditioning is always. It comes back to social constructionism, really, but it comes back to we need to restructure marriage. We need to restructure how we view these things, which is kind of silly when on the surface of it. The fact remains is that when men get when men get a promotion, it does not prompt divorce in the same way that when women get promoted, that it tends to precipitate divorce. That's one of the things that I was talking about at the end of that show that apparently Destiny has completely forgotten entirely about. So let me go grab, what was the other one I wanted to grab? Let's see, that was that one. And divorce, marriage and divorce. I love this one. Half of unmarried new parents are in a new relationship by the time a child starts kindergarten. These parents are engaged in the intense emotional work of building a new adult relationship at the time when their children may need them the most. Let's see. Oh, I love this. Nearly 2/3 of divorce petitions for heterosexual couples were submitted by women, while 3/4 of all divorce petitions for same-sex couples were for lesbian couples. This is from Rob Henderson. So again, is it financial incentivization? Is it get the money while I'm still hot and I can still get another guy? Because I've done that entire show with Myron already. I can go and rehash that out if you'd like. But that's really what it boils down to, is when a woman is 29, 30, 31 years old and she gets the average age of first marriage, that marriage endures for an average of 7 years. That woman is just this side of 40, let's say 36, 37-ish, somewhere around there. Maybe has had 2 children, maybe 1 or 2. And now it's time to decide whether or not she's getting it for the long haul or she's not. Now, here's the point. Even if, like, I can make a case for the fact that men kill themselves, delete themselves at 8 times the rate of women when they get divorced. So we can look at the short-term impact to men and the long-term. So if we look at like the economic side of things, you always look at these stats that will say, well, men do better economically after divorce. Even Sexton said this. Okay, that's in the long term, though. And it's only tracking what that income rises up to. So if you're looking at a guy who has 2 children, he just got divorced because the wife filed for divorce, whether she was unhappy or whatever else, the guy could be a saint or he could be an asshole. Either way, the fact of the matter remains that that guy has to up his game, because now he also has to pay most likely alimony if he was the primary breadwinner, and he's also got to pay child support for 2 kids. Now, put the rest of this on there. If the man has a business and he does not have a prenup, you're looking at something like, and I hate to even use Jeff Bezos as the example here, but you're looking at a guy who's going to pay. I mean, Jeff Bezos paid $33 billion with a B billion to Mackenzie Bezos, and he's still the richest guy in the world, right? But the reason why women lost their shit about that and they wanted to say, well, she deserved it, is because she became the 5th richest woman in the world via divorce. Again, it's not that every woman will, it's that any woman can. So why then would women, if women are so averse to filing for divorce, if they're so averse, if it impacts them so horribly, then why is it still that women file for divorce 70 to 80% of the time? Why? What could be the incentive? Because the guy's a dick? Is that it? Because so many guys are so horrible? Why is it that if that's the case, then why wouldn't women be like, why wouldn't the marriage rate be higher? Why would the divorce rate be hovering around 53 to 56%? Again, that's Sexton's numbers, not mine. This is a divorce attorney just 2 days ago said it's 53 to 56%. So why would women be incentivized to want to divorce and to do so at such numbers? Why would 90%? Why would it go up to 90% for college educated women? Now, the presumption, of course, and to maybe Destiny has a point here, is like most guys want to say, well, look, those smart, liberal, college educated women are divorcing at 90%. Yeah, well, because primarily if you look at who is getting divorced or getting married in the first place, marriage is for elite individuals. Like college educated people are more likely to get married in the first place. But then again, if you go and you look at like the age or the percentage of unwed mothers, it's like 42% of births in the United States, last I checked, was 42% were unmarried. If we're going to use marriage as the litmus test for what's a valid relationship and what's not, and who wants to exit it and who wants to stay in it, who wants to stay in it more than who is more incentivized to try to work on the relationship and stay in the marriage, and who is not, who is incentivized to get out? We don't have movies like Eat, Pray, Love for dudes. We don't have movies in what we call divorce porn. We don't have divorce porn for guys, because men understand that they're going to take a financial hit in the long term, and certainly in the short term anyways. Right? So, but the bigger, I think the bigger picture here is, the first thing out of my mouth was, yeah, men kill themselves. They delete themselves at 8 times the rate of women do after a divorce. It's because they lack that networking that women do. Like when women get out of a divorce, it's like, we're going to go have a divorce party. Yeah, you're free and clear. There's a network. So like women rely on a social network that supports them and lifts them up when they go through a divorce. Hell, if anything, it's almost like a rite of passage for women these days. So there's always that support network. And I've met guys who are actually in the church, who in evangelical Protestant, churches, who said that once they were divorced, that was the last they heard of from all their church friends. That was the last it's like a failure. You couldn't keep it up. You couldn't make it work. You're a failure. Whether or not, he didn't file for divorce. It was the woman who did. But there's that isolation. There's that ostracization almost. I think I was talking to George Bruno of all people, who went through a divorce and said, as soon as, when you're getting married, there's all this marriage counseling. And it's like, you're going to go to see the pastor and you're going to do all this and you're going to do all that. When there's divorce, the woman is the one who gets the support from the church and the guy is left out. He's completely cut off, because again, it's seen as this, oh, you didn't meet her needs. So like what Sexton was saying is like when that divorce occurs, it's the guy's fault. If there's cheating involved, if she cheats, it's his fault. If he cheats, it's his fault. So men's burden of performance, and even whether it's true or it's not, obviously it's not. I don't think so, but like that's the impression. You didn't do enough. You didn't work on it enough. You didn't become more perfected enough. If you tried harder, you would have made it work. And so you've got that stigma already there. Guys are getting zeroed out as it is. And then you've got to remember what's the family toll? What's the personal toll in all this? You know, it doesn't matter if a guy does better economically if he's put a noose around his neck and hung himself after a divorce. All of that is moot after that point. That's a moot point after that. You know, if that's the case, then maybe even the woman gets death benefits. Who knows, right? But I'd say that you want to talk about powerlessness, and you want to talk about disempowerment and disenfranchisement. There's nothing more disenfranchising than the desire to off yourself, to snap back from that, to have a network of guys that are going to help you out, to have a network at all to support you. I know this because my brother-in-law went through exactly this with my sister-in-law. As I've told the story before, I'm not gonna belabor it one more time, but I have had personal experience with exactly this. There's nothing more disempowering than a guy who is staring down a divorce after having believed in the happily ever after. That if you do the right thing, that if you build this thing up, if you put your money in and you put in an honest day's work and get an honest day's pay, and you do you follow the plan, what is it? Believe in the process, right? Believe in the process, and then suddenly you're being cycled out, and everything that you built your life around is gone, even if it's not. The idea is I've done this for fucking nothing. I did this because I thought that because she was my everything. What did I say when Royce? Like, you made her your everything. You make your mission and not your woman your focus. He made his mission his woman. And when that woman is taken away, there's nothing left to live for. There's nothing left. There's no focus. There's no purpose. I did all this for you. I changed my life. I did the right thing. I wifed you up. I went and built a career. I did the stuff so that I could facilitate a future life with you. And now that's gone, and everything that I invested in is done. That's why. By the way, that's the fundamental. That was the germ of the idea for my chapter called Zeroed Out, which I've gone into lots of different topics about that. But getting zeroed out is not just necessarily a financial hit; it's a personal hit. It's not loss of income. It's a loss of investment. It's what is it? Law. I'm trying to think what the proper term for it is. But it's a loss. So there's nothing more disenfranchised. You could talk about like the economic impact. Well, by every metric, well, yeah, except for one, which is pretty important, in that men tend to off themselves after divorce at 8 times the rate of women. That's a pretty significant metric that men beat women at right there. So I can cancel that one out right there. Let's see. All right, let me get to some of these other ones here really quickly. I wish I could scroll up. Where'd you get? Aaron Clary, I got you. Let's see. I got to you. Also, don't forget, women don't remarry quickly after divorce, as it would affect their alimony. That is true. A postmarital spinster's rationalization hamster. Oh, this is a good one. How long is this one? Oh, this is pretty long. Oh, this was in 2010. Jesus Christ, this is a good one. Thank you for this. I don't think I've seen this one. Sam just sent me a Dalrock. Rollo, Destiny has a black female confidant called JT411, where she trashes the red pill, insults you personally, and gives horrible advice to women such as hold out till marriage, and if horny, get a toy, or an F-boy, her words. Wow, another one of Destiny's angels I haven't heard of. Wow, surprise, surprise. Well, anyways, the short version of all of this is that most of these guys don't know what they're talking about, and even when they do know what they're talking about, they're retconning shit. Because we weren't just sitting there speechless. Well, should I go get the video? I can go and get the last few. I have it on tab. But the long and the short of all of this is that divorce sucks. Don't get me wrong. But if you're going to look at like the financial impact, we also have to look at, like, you can't just look at one data point in isolation. Like, oh, well, men do better because they have, they make more money. Yeah, because they have to make more money. And women are disincentivized to remarry because that stops the alimony. In some cases, it might stop the child support payment. It just depends, right? And by the way, I've also seen some of the I forget which show it was, but I've seen some of the shows where they're talking about like child support, and they're talking about how, I think the presumption, one of the things that gets me about a lot of these guys, and not just Destiny, but a lot of these guys, is like when they have a problem with, like, say, the talking points that they think that the red pill just sort of latches onto and doesn't want to talk about at all. Like, for instance, like the idea that like body count also predisposes men to divorce. No, it doesn't. In fact, I can show you the data sets for that and have done so. In fact, I think it was it Dengen? Let me see. I might have it here real quick. This sort of like flies in the face of what was this? I want to say Macklemore. It's not Macklemore. It's Mackin Murphy. How'd you get a name like Mackin? That was pretty good too. In long-term committed exclusive relationships, women stop wanting to have sex in years 1 to 4 after marriage. Let's see. Here we go. I read this aloud on Access Vegas. This is, in fact, you know what? I like this so much. I'm going to put this on the screen here just so I can also counter, because this is one of those, these guys always talk about it, but they never really show you the stats. Okay, well, here's some stats on this. Okay. This is, again, this is Rolf Deegan, but he's more like a reporter. He's not actually a research dude. But okay, the only factor that predicted a positive emotional outcome from casual sex was being a man. Okay. In this study, N701, was designed to ascertain what motivates people to have casual sex, what emotional outcomes follow casual sex, and whether there are gender differences among these variables. People who engage in sex to regulate negative emotions are likely to experience negative emotional outcomes. Women reported significantly more negative emotional outcomes than men. Surprise, surprise. Including loneliness, unhappiness, rejection, regret, general negative feelings, and a perception of negative judgment from others. Conversely, men reported a greater sexual satisfaction, happiness, such whatever that means, self-confidence, contentment, and mood improvement. No predictors, apart from being a man, were found for a positive emotional outcome. It is important to note that this finding is consistent with research from an evolutionary perspective, which suggests that women experience more regret than men because short-term sexual relationships are considered less advantageous for women's reproductive success, and conversely advantageous for men's reproductive success. However, the item that loaded on the same factor as all of these items was concern about being negatively judged by others, which supports the sexual double standard from a social psychological perspective. Okay. So when we go and by the way, on every one of those links that I looked at what Mac Murphy was throwing out there, I didn't find one that said that men with higher body counts had any higher a instance of divorce. And by the way, I also should point this out too. I think he's right in a sense, because when we use those stats to say, women with higher body counts tend to have, let's see, less marital satisfaction. They tend to have less happiness, right? They have higher instances of STDs, as you might expect. They have higher instances of depression and higher instances of divorce. So those are old stats. I will be the first to tell you that. Those are old stats. Those are from the, the IFS, the International Family Studies. I forget. And yeah, that's old data. I got it. But that's the funny thing is why isn't there more recent data? How come there isn't how come there's not more studies about that? How come there isn't any other deeper dive into that since, I don't know, what that was like the mid 2000s, I think is when those stats came out. Why is there no more recent studies on this? I even asked that of Destiny on that fucking show and no answer. In that case, there was no, I don't know why that is. I can tell you, I'll give you a guess because we don't want to know what the actual data is because there's no funding for that. Because anything that would be unflattering about female nature doesn't make it into the books, or it gets lost down a memory hole, or it doesn't get funded the research doesn't get funded in the first place. Well, do women with higher body counts have a higher instance of divorce? Funny thing is we don't have any data sets that really go past 2009, I think. Why? Why not? Because to do so and to publish those results would be really fucking bad. Oh, finally, my chat catches up. Holy shit. Let's see. In India, number of showing insulting men keep increasing. Literally get secondhand embarrassment. Explain this to friends and family. No one listens. Yeah, I did. If you're in India, by the way, if you haven't seen the documentary by Deepika Barshwan about India's sons, you really need to. You want to talk about divorce? You want to see how fucked up things are with marriage? Like India, like the United States has nothing on India. Definitely something to look into. I feel you, dude. I am well aware of this. Let me see if I can go back here and catch some of these other ones. Sorry, my chat finally caught up, and I don't know why. It just like unloaded on me real quick here. Let's see. You know what's funny? Really like the Titanic versus Private Ryan comparison. Indeed, I did not feel any emotion at the end of Titanic. I did at the end of Saving Private Ryan. I wrote an entire article about that. It's called Love Story. It's on the Rational Mail. I did a side-by-side comparison. And by the way, I did this like 10 years ago. Side-by-side comparison of Titanic to Saving Private Ryan, the endings of those. And they are fun. You want to know the differences? And and by the way, I know Dr. Orion Taraban has recently lifted this one from me recently, but women love opportunistically. If you're going to say like, Orion, I love you. I really do. I like your material. But if you're going to delve into how men are the romantics and women are the pragmatists, at the very least, quote the original post, which was Iron Wolf Tomasi number 6, right? It's women who are the pragmatists pretending to be romantics, and it is the men who are romantics pretending to be pragmatists. And he did a pretty decent 8-minute video, and it was, I mean, more or less paraphrased everything I've gotten into in my Iron Wolf Tomasi number 6. But it comes back to, that was actually the starting point for the differences in how men's concept of love is different from women's concept of love. Women love opportunistically. Men love idealistically. At the very least, quote that part, right? And if you don't believe me, if you think, oh, that's horrible, Rollo thinks women are manipulative, gold-digging bitches. No, I don't. I think that they approach love from a position of opportunism because they have to. It is what it is. I don't think it's bad, or it can be good. It can be bad. It just depends on how it's applied. But women see love from an opportunistic perspective. I've said this before. I will say it again, and I'm the one that came up with this shit, is that women marry a lifestyle. They want to marry a lifestyle. They don't want to marry a man. They want to marry a lifestyle. They might fall in love with that guy later. They might have an emotional investment in that guy later. He might even be the ride or die guy, but she's marrying a lifestyle, not the dude. That goes back to women's approach to love is opportunistic and men's approach to love is idealistic. They hope that women will love them for who they are. Why can't we just let our hair down and just be who we are? Because that guy looks like a fat slob eating pizza and watching anime and sucking down a 6-pack of beer. That's who you are. I mean, and even if you're not, that's who you kind of remind her of. She doesn't want to know that you're not ambitious and that you're actually like women's entire being centers on figuring out if you're really who you say you are. That's why shows like The Bachelor and The Bachelorette and Cheaters and all that other stuff. That's why that stuff is so popular. It's because it triggers this feral instinct to figure out if a guy is really an alpha male, if he's really the guy who has his shit together, or if he's not. I got one last thing I got to get to here really quickly. But before I do, the idea that opportunistic love and idealistic love are two different things, that I think is really a hard pill to swallow for most guys and women too. Women don't want to hear it because they don't want to give away the game, and guys don't want to hear it because they want to believe that their investment in the idealistic nature of love is going to be, it's going to show dividends. Like there's it's ROI. They want to believe in true love, marriage. Dearly beloved. Let's see. What else? I have a couple of other things I wanted to throw at you guys really quickly here. Oh, okay. I know what I have to do. I have one article. We're almost at the 4-hour mark. I'm going to kill it at 4, but I got one more thing and you guys are going to be glad you hung out for this. Now, don't forget, Thursday is going to be Adam Sosnick, myself, Mike Sartain, and Troy Francis and John Zerka. We will all be on Access Vegas. They will be 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 p.m. Eastern time. We will most likely have the feistiest chicks we can find because now we know what we got to do. Yeah, Titanic. The Titanic, her dying moments was thinking of some dude, like was thinking of Jack at the bottom of the sea, right? And then not really appreciating the fact that she was married to a guy who provided her with this luxurious lifestyle. And her real love, her real desire was for 5 minutes of alpha trumps 5 years of beta. Royce, not my words. That's Royce. 5 minutes of alpha trumps 5 minutes of beta, or 5 years of beta. Women will break rules for alphas and make more rules for beta males. The beta always has to qualify, even in marriage, for the rest of your life, for the rest of that marriage, you will have to qualify. So here's some marriage advice for men. If she is breaking rules for you to get with you, if she admires you, if she wants to fuck you in public places, if she has a genuine hot, lusty desire for you, a genuine burning desire, that is a better vetting process. That's a better vetting standard than am I doing the right thing and building myself up? It's better than the Tristan Tate model, the new Tristan Tate model, that you go and become the best version of yourself for her. No, that's the beta male transactional nature of marriage, of relationships. She needs to come to you, not you go to her. Remember, never say I love you first. Let her say I love you first, right? That is not just about saying I love you. That is, she comes to you. She is in your frame, not you in her frame. And if you are catering your life to qualify to her all the time, to be good enough to be married to her, even if you've been married for 10 fucking years, you're a beta. Seriously. You want to know what the definition is? It's you making a woman the focus of your life rather than you being the focus of your life and she being the one to follow into that, to admire you. That woman will never admire you if everything you do is to seek satisfaction and seek validation from her. Your marriage is doomed. Your family is doomed. The children you have as a product of that is based on you chasing your tail, trying to provide her not with happiness, but with some kind of sustainable contentment. You're doomed, and you've doomed your kids as well. Because if you're always trying to keep up and match that, then you're fucked. And the very fact, and it doesn't start in the actual doing. It starts here in the fucking thinking about it. You need to be the primary. That's the difference between having mental point of origin and not. If your thoughts, by the way, if you make her your mission and not your mission, you are not your mental point of origin. You self-improve for you, not her. Not the kids, not your pastor, not your mom, not your dad, not your dog. You. Everything else comes at downstream from that. And if you can't get that, you need to find another fucking guru who's going to tell you that, who's going to lift you up, who's going to build you to be the person that you can be, your best potential. You're maximizing your peak potential. Not because you want to get it, not because you're living your life to satisfy and keep some woman content. You're trying to manage your own discontent, because there's no such thing as contentment. But you're going to be dealing with different levels of discontent for the rest of your life. And you can deal with it in two fucking ways, Tristan. You can do it destructively, or you can do it constructively. And I'll tell you this right now, women want to be a part of a man's life who is dealing with his discontent constructively. She wants to be a part of your world. She wants to be a part of your frame. Oh, those red pill guys don't know what they're talking about. Well, I will tell you this. I know way more what I'm talking about after 27 fucking years of marriage and a 25-year-old kid who just got married. And I hope who is repeating what I say about, well, good relationship should be effortless. So don't give me this horse shit about receipts. Don't give me this horse shit about, oh, you're not living the lifestyle. I've been living the lifestyle that apparently you approve of right now. Now that the fucking chips are down and you have to. Now you want to reveal your kids and reveal your secret baby mamas and everything else. Now that the coast is fucking clear, I'm the asshole. Fuck you. And I'm the guy who's out there saying, look, you need to be your mental point of origin. And I'm not saying be a dick and not help other people and just like be a selfish bastard. That's not what I'm saying at all. Mental point of origin is enlightened self-interest. I cannot help others until I can help myself. I cannot help others as well as when I help myself first. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, if anything, I would say that is even from a moral perspective, that is better than you need to be the best person you can be for your wife, your girlfriend, your future, your kids. But get the fuck out of here. Now we're going to have this conversation. Now is when we're going to do this. Now when the wolves are at the fucking door. Yeah. Now that you're in the real school now, ain't you? All right. Let's see. Where do I go? Black pill. I don't have another relationship in me. Okay, Gary G. What else? Sorry, I have to come back here. In India. Okay, I got to the India guy. Thank you. I feel for you Indian guys, man. Especially Asian guys, Southeast Asian guys and Indian guys. It's not that it can't be done. It can be. All right. Oh, one more thing. If Ben Shapiro is watching for what, I don't know why he would be. Ben Shapiro was just on talking about Megan Rapinoe getting all hot and bothered because Megan Rapinoe had said something to the effect like, I guess the women's soccer team was demanding, equal pay and all this other shit. And of course, what do? And I'm guilty of this too. So I can't just say it's all about Ben Shapiro. But when I see Ben Shapiro talking about Megan Rapinoe and like the female soccer team and wanting to get paid and how it's not a similar market, like the men's soccer team makes more money for men's soccer because it's in a different realm. Well, that's one thing, but there's an easier answer, Ben Shapiro, and this is the guy who's going to give you the easier answer.
Got a pool or got paid out from a pool of $30 million from the Women's World Cup. The men would draw from a pool of $400 million, okay? $400 million, $30 million. Why is that? It's because the Men's World Cup generates $6 billion in revenue. The Women's World Cup generates $131 million in revenue. If you want to talk about pay disparity, the Women's World Cup players get paid out 20% of the total revenue. The men get paid out 7%. As a percentage point, they are getting much more. The problem is, for anybody desiring equal pay, and by the way, I think equal pay is a ridiculous concept in and of itself. If the women generate more revenue, they should get paid more than the men. Don't strive for getting the same, strive for getting what you're worth. And if you're worth more, then get more.
Exactly. That's the only argument you need, Ben Shapiro. Do the fucking math. You can get into this ideological stuff. Well, they don't know that it's the men are just better at it than women are. Well, yeah, but the only real argument you need is just to look at the different. If you look at it in context of what is the total generation of for that particular market versus what they're being paid out. If you look at the women's soccer team, they're being paid more by rate of a comparison. They're being paid more than the male soccer team. They're getting more within that same market, right? So you're looking at $6 billion versus $131 million. Men getting 6%, women getting 20% of that total market, the revenue share. The female team is making 14% more than the male team is. That's all you need, Ben. Just try to keep up. It's not that hard. And by the way, Aaron Clary, you're welcome. Because I know he's going to go for that. I know that'll be the next thing he does. Aaron, if you want that clip, I'll be happy to give it to you. All right. Anyways, I got to get out of here. We're at the 4-hour mark. I wasn't even going to go this long. So anyways, I got to get back up the hill. And I will see you guys later. I won't be doing a midweek, but I am going to possibly be doing some live stuff with John Zerka, Adam Sosnick, Michael Sartain, of course, my good friend, my partner, my heterosexual life mate, and Troy Francis and Adam Sosnick, Troy Francis, myself, John Zerka is going to be on. So that's something to really look forward to on Thursday. I'm going to build this up. So watch for this on my Instagram. I'll be putting it out. And then Friday, I will probably be doing some independent, if people need me for a podcast, I'll do that. But I think we're going to go to Jabrizi's studio and we're going to be doing some solo stuff, or we're going to do some maybe just be a guys cast or something like that. So we got a lot of people are in town. I know Donovan Sharp was in town for the crypto thing. I don't know if he's still sticking around. I might be doing something with Miguel. I also know that Phil Foster's going to be around. Shout out to Phil. I know he was wanting to meet up with me while I'm out there, so I will be seeing him while I'm there. By the way, the following week, that will be, I believe that is Hotep Jesus is in Vegas the week of the 17th, which will be the next one after this one. So we're doing Access Vegas on the 10th, and we're doing another one on the 17th. So look for that soon coming up. Once again, if you have a problem with anything I've said, you are cordially, formally invited to come to Las Vegas, sit across the table from me and hash it out. If you want the debate, if you want the fire, you want the smoke, you know where to find me. You know where to go. Come to Vegas. Everybody wants to come to Vegas. Hell, we can even go sit poolside and watch the girls and debate why I'm an asshole. I will be in Lake Tahoe tomorrow. I will be on the lake, and I think what I might do is I might do a little bit of video while I'm on the lake on my jet ski, so my wave runner, and I might try to do some video from Vikings Home. If you've ever been to Lake Tahoe, there's a beautiful bay called Emerald Bay. It's the one you see in all the pictures. If you see Lake Tahoe and you go look, Google a shot of Lake Tahoe, you will see the Emerald Bay is usually the one that everybody sees. So I will be from there. I'm from DC. Thank you. Please do. Oh, yes. And also, do me the solid. And if you really love my work, please go and give me a 5-star review if that's what you feel it's worth. Tell your friends. Please help promote the book. I am working on the hardcover version of the second edition of the first book. It will be the 10-year anniversary edition. My published date is going to be on the 1st of October. That's my deadline because that's when I actually published the first book. Was October 1st, 2013. It is now 2023, and I'm hoping to have it out on that date, and that will be a hardback edition because everybody's been asking me for that. As far as the dog tags are concerned, and my merch is coming up. Access Vegas merch is in the pipes right now too. Red One Studios is now open for business down in Las Vegas. It is the Southern Nevada Command Center. We are the #1 podcast in Vegas right now, and I am not ashamed to say so. So go and make sure you check us out on Access Vegas. We got a lot of new shit coming up pretty soon too. More interviews. We're going to expand the scope of the show. We're coming up on the year mark. Actually, I think it will be like October is when we come up on the year mark. So we're expanding. We've locked down Jabrizi Studios, which is now Red One Studios. And by the way, if you want to come and have a debate, or you want to come and just have an interview, or you want to come and talk and hang out or do whatever, we don't sell tickets. You just show up. Right. And we'll be happy to talk to you. But we have a new location. We've got a new place. We're still working. We're still working with Sticky Paws, of course, but we also have our own studio now as well. So check that out. We'll be making a bigger announcement, I think, once I get to Vegas. But this week should be a big deal. We got a lot of heavy hitters in Vegas, and I think we'll have a really good time. So be sure to check that out, and I will see you guys. The next time I will see you will probably be on this channel, as well as the Access Vegas channel. If you haven't subscribed to Access Vegas, please do. You can get the link, which is just below the fold. Just click on more in the description. If you need to get in touch with me for one-on-one counseling, that's easy. Just hit me up in the connection links. If you want to join my Patreon, which is my Patreon group, which I have as a actually, we're coming up on it pretty soon. It's $200, and you get 2 hours once a month with a bunch of other guys, and we basically talk. And if you guys want one-on-one with me, and it's a little too expensive to do a one-on-one, then I do a group one too as well, and that's done through my Patreon. Patreon link is in the description. Go check that out. Also, if you haven't joined Men of Action, please do. That is Mike Sartain's group. I am a semi-active instructor on the Men of Action group. So check that out. It is the third link down there. Use my link, please. And then I'm trying to be more active in those Zoom calls. And I have some other special projects that I'm going to be working on with some other individuals that are part of MOA. We're going to do, I think, more like a mature men's group of some sorts for the guys who are like 45 to 65, and guys who are sort of like I think we're calling it the Sexual Marketplace Reintegration Program or something like that, but we're working on it right now. So that's something that we've got going. But if you haven't joined Men of Action, go check out Men of Action. It's a really good group. It's bottom up. It's not top down. Nobody's trying to save the world or save the West. We're actually trying to be better individuals, and it's not a war room situation. It's the Men of Action situation. And it's really good. The really good group of guys, really cooperative. And like I said, it's the only group that I endorse. And I've had the opportunity to endorse a lot of groups. I do it with Mike simply. Well, I mean, he's my partner, yes, but I do it. I would have done it anyway, simply because it's a top-down approach rather than a bottom-up approach rather than a top-down. What's this last one? Rollo, will you ever make an episode about female predators? You want me to? I finished watching The Perks of Being a Wallflower, and I share that with my friends, and I was surprised to find out how many guys went through something similar. Okay, duly noted. I'll put that in the great big book of everything and see if I can get to it. Let's see. Okay, got that. Okay, thank you guys. Sorry about the delay for Sunday's show. I will be back on Sunday's show. I'm going to do the next one live from Lake Tahoe. So also something to look forward to. And I will see you guys soon. We'll see you on Thursday for Access Vegas. And I am, well, where did I go? And I'm out. Here we go.
Tell these bitches to go to hell.
Would you do it again? I need to feel you on top of me. It was my first time, but I was just a kid when we met and went to bed. It was my first time. What do you expect from me? I'm breaking up the rules now in the game. I've got some new tools, please do the same. Time came by when over like a matchbox stereo. Time to get my thoughts now, let go. Bound to keep me up all night. But maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know if maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Maybe then I could have the best of my life. The best of my life. Now we're fucking in the bathroom, tearing up everywhere while I got your hair. Why you screaming my name?
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty?
She was swinging in the bedroom, whole time stopping and stepping with her head like she's Claudia Kelly. So baby, girl, run me up and down like a pony, turning up my song, getting messy, working up and down on your body. Run me up and down like a pony, turning up my song on your body. Baby, we'll get down to it all night. But maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know if maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Then I can have some more life.
This Sitting Podcast has been a production of The Rational Male. All rights reserved. Registered trademark 2023. Don't steal my stuff.
Wrong. Would you like to know more?
Tell that bitch to be cool. Say bitch, be cool. Be cool, honey. Say bitch, be